Hey everybody, how are y'all doing? Let's see, Cashew, Rocksteady, Susie, Carl, Sharon. It's good to see all y'all tonight. I've missed y'all. It's been a little bit. How are y'all all doing? Hey Carl, I'm glad you have internet tonight. I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. Hey Jen, Annie. So the other day I was on a panel, Indies panel, and a question was asked, how do you stop the devil? And so I answered it with the scripture, and I just kind of wanted to talk about that because I want y'all to know the authority you have that was given to us through Jesus. The scripture is Luke 10:19 and 20. And it says, "Behold, I have given you the power to tread upon serpents and scorpions and upon the full force of the enemy, and nothing will harm you. Nevertheless, do not rejoice because the spirits are subject to you, but rejoice because your names are written in heaven." Hi, John Dunning. Good to see you. And so the reason I wanted to go over this is because, um, you know me, I think about things and um, think a little differently, probably than a lot of people. And so I was thinking, because I've been using this scripture a lot lately and praying with it, and um, just for some things in the personal. And but I was thinking, y'all seen the Nightingale video that I showed, I think, and um, so what if, in looking up all the things that are happening and um, bringing up so many things, what if that's actually like feeding evil? If we're giving it attention, um, what if that was like making it stronger? And I'm just asking questions. I would love y'all's opinions on this. I just feel like sometimes if we start putting too much attention into it, then it can manifest into even stronger, greater, giving it the power. And um, so when we start looking at the negative things that are happening and the and I mean, I know there's a million of them going on right now, and it's not. I mean, we need to know what's going on, but in continuously talking about it, are we like feeding it? Does that make sense? Am I just crazy thinking these things? I don't know. Um, but this one thing I wanted to read you that I found. It says, "The mightiest of demons, even Satan himself, does not have as much power and authority as the weakest of believers who are filled with the Holy Spirit of God. The disciples returned from a ministry trip taken after being empowered by Jesus to cast out demons and heal the sick. And if you've watched The Chosen, he did send them out and told them that they had the authority to cast out demons and do the healing, and they did. And I think that he has given us all the authority to do that. And once they're cast out, they're gone. And so it's just like throwing out the garbage. Just cast them out and it's done. In Jesus' name. All right. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up here and talk to me. Y'all aren't saying anything. I'm like, Hey, Echo, good to see you. I hope I just did that right. It's been a minute since I... Morgan Freeman once said, when asked how to address racist issues, he replied, "Stop talking about it." Cool. So I might be on the right track. I don't know. Hi, Jay. Or is that Joy? Jay. Okay. We can't make the mistake of saying every sickness is the work of the devil. Absolutely. I totally believe that. It's not the work. I don't think it is. But I still think we can heal it. Hey, Benjamin. Good to see you. Carl, do I need to send it to Messenger? Messenger. Do everything. Yeah, and the title, yeah. Almost. I'll get into that in a minute. I can find trouble. Oh my goodness, I can find it so easily. Hey, Eddie. Soon I will know truth and all answers. I really hope so, Eddie. Hi, Carl. How are you?
Hey, Bonnie. I'm doing all right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I hear a little echo or something.
Yeah, I hear a little bit of an echo from you. Or it could be echo hollering in chat. I don't know.
It's our fault. Land on earth.
How have you been doing?
I'm surviving. It got cold again. I just got everything all set for the hot 80-degree weather. And got my shorts out and stuff, and boom, snowing.
I heard that y'all were fixing to get snow. That is just crazy to me. It's 80 degrees here still right now, and No, it's not.
Well, it was
It's
like
like 70.
87 degrees a day ago.
Yeah.
Today we had nice sunshine. We had rain, freezing rain, hail, snow. Now it's pretty cold. All in one day.
I remember that
Yeah.
happening, and it's like a, ugh, what happened? When we had that snowmageddon.
Do you see Nunez in Texas last show?
No,
That's an
I'm
interesting
gonna have
one.
to check it out, huh?
Yeah,
Was it a short or a live?
it was a short.
A short?
Yeah, either that
Okay.
or just a real short video.
Okay.
It,
I'll look for
it
it.
it's a
Hey,
video
Susie.
of the sky. Let's put it that way. He alludes
Uh-oh.
to what it's about.
Yeah.
Some of that conspiracy theory stuff.
Yes. I haven't seen any in this part lately. Knock on wood. Don't want to call them up.
This guy was checking for them, but they were going in a
Yeah.
grid.
I think he's closer to um, the big city over there, east, southeast. So I can see that happening there a lot.
You see that there was kind of shooting right near the vice president's residence in D.C.
Yeah, I just sent that to y'all. That there was a possible shooting by the VP house.
Yeah, Penguin Six
A lot of weird
video
things.
showed the fire department using ladders to check for bullet trajectories, and one part of it showed a traffic signal light where the cowl had been shot off of it.
Oh wow, I haven't seen any video on it yet, but
Yeah, I thought I sent you the video. I didn't see the one you sent me. Interesting. The main
you may
under
have sent
D.C.
me the.
by the vice president.
Let me see if I have the video. Um, you sent it in Messenger.
I thought so.
Okay, let me look. You probably did. I haven't checked. We've been at the park.
Well, you know how when you go to
Um,
something that says share and you hit the button share, then it gives you options and you go with chats and you send it to a bunch of people in chat. Sometimes if you hit them buttons, it
yeah.
doesn't send them. You got to double hit them sometimes. So maybe I didn't hit. I know I sent it to a couple people. I thought I sent it to you too.
I don't see it.
I thought I sent it to you.
You may have.
Pretty sure it's sent to me too. You see her in chat. And I know it's in the shop.
I'll close that out.
Hmm.
Oh, Penguin Six had it on his channel this morning. Strange stuff
Yeah,
going on, huh?
yeah, and it's weird that news isn't covering that kind of thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
We
you get
saw the
independent, you get some more independent guys covering stuff, but it never seems to make it to the mainstream.
yeah, and of course it. Well, unless they think it might be a radical Republican, then it'll go all over mainstream newsy newsy.
Oh my God, he
Can
had
you
her
tell
red
it?
hat on.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh well, I did see where the illegal police station in New York City sounds like a few arrests were made.
Yeah, when that story first broke about that place, you gotta wonder who gave them the authority. Who gives the authority to another country to police our country? Who's doing that? How's that work?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
how does that work? And so the city has to know about it because I mean, if every city is the same here, if you go to open a business or anything, you have to go through the city council. They have to approve it, and it keeps going from there. Any signs, anything has to be approved by the city council. So surely people knew what it was. I don't know. I don't know who gives that authority. If it's the city council of that city, if it's the mayor, if it's the state.
I don't think that's
I don't
an
know.
authority that can be given. I really don't. I don't think that was a legal operation.
Yep,
I mean,
it's a mess.
there might be some way they can be considered contractors, brought in as contractors or something. But I don't see how an entity can operate on its own soil without some type of, validation, some
You,
type
did you scoot away from your mic, Carl?
no, might be losing me again. Huh?
Eh. Oh no, might be.
Hey,
Hey, Brew. Pinch pokey, oh make up.
well, I'm wrapped up in wool blankets and poncho line. Take that.
Um, so now, well, my computer is just really acting crazy. I've seen so many people saying that too, though. Their their phones, their computers.
How's that? Is that any better?
Oh yeah, a lot better.
Well, I'm kicked back in a cot right now, wrapped up in blankets, but I got the phone hanging on a piece of parachute cord, velcroed to a couch hanging in front of me. So I just moved it a couple inches closer.
All right, got that done.
Well, I've seen sunny
Sorry.
weather coming.
Excuse me. Yeah, I don't trust anything that comes out of them anymore, Annie.
Any of those three-letter
Mm,
agencies.
Yeah, and um, yep, I've seen that John Dunning's put up there, and I also saw a legal document going against old school Pete. Good to see you.
Howdy, old school Pete. I've been accused to look like Bigfoot more than once. That's all right.
um, oh, poof, can't remember what I was saying. Saw where? Oh,
You
I
went and
saw
read the chat again,
a.
didn't you?
Yes, I did. I saw a legal document that they're um, speaking of the people up there, and it is for. I can't believe I can't. Oh, it's the oath of office. There's no record of oath of office,
For a lot of it.
and so it's yes, and it's like a lawsuit or something, and um,
Yeah,
yeah, there's some
they've
big names on there.
they filed a Freedom of Information Act asking for all their oaths of office, and they either can't produce, it doesn't exist, or they're hiding it. Well, that's going to create some turmoil, hopefully. I mean, even
Yeah,
Pete
and then
Buttigieg there, his information is absent.
someone was saying makes me want to check my local to see if there's a public record, and I was like, hey, that's a good idea. Check your county, see if everybody's county, city, whatever. If that becomes a thing, there could be a lot of them out.
Also, just
Because
where
that's what I always heard, that they had to do the oath in public too. And um, someone, there's no record. I knew there was no record of a public, and they did it behind closed doors. So I don't know why they would do that. Why would you do an oath behind closed doors?
because you're
Because
probably
you
not
didn't do
doing
it?
it on the Bible. You're probably doing it on the, I'm just not going to say it.
Yeah.
Probably doing it on a different book altogether.
Yeah. Something. So did you see the title?
Yeah,
So, Carl, tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, the the short I did with the river. So my kids were going out there today, and they asked me if I wanted to meet them there, and so we did. And so when I went to do the videos of the river, I had put $10 in the box and just drove through, and then came back out, and I still had the tag on my car. And so when we went tonight, I wasn't sure if my son-in-law had paid for us because he told me to meet them there, and so we just went on in. And then the park person came, and he wasn't the park police. They do have park police too, I found out, but I didn't know about. And he's like, what are you doing? You didn't stop at the box. And I said, well, the other day I paid $10 and just drove through, and we're not going to be here very long. And he says, so you think that you can just not pay for my park or something like that? And I was like, no, that's not what I thought. And he said, so you think that we owe you money because you just drove through? And I said, that's not what I said. And he said, then you need to go back and pay $10 to come in here tonight or today. And I was like, all right, we'll go back. So we went back and put $10 in the box and got a new thing to put on the dash. But he was extremely angry. I mean, like overly angry about this.
You triggered him.
I guess. Not hard to do.
Well, it does kind of look like he got busted, but he didn't need to take it to that type of reaction.
That's even my daughter. She was like, okay, he was overly angry about this. And I said, I think so too, but he didn't think it was funny when I said I paid the other day. I thought, okay, as mad as he is, he might call the park police. And then
Either
we're
that
going to
or
have
he's
a whole
going to
big
stroke out right in front of you, and then you just could just leave.
then I would feel just horrible. But I got to meet several of the Hungarians, and so that was neat. And just about all of them speak English, and it was nice. I got pictures with my grandbabies and, well, granddaughter. The wind is like crazy here. It is blowing so hard. Even though it's 73 degrees, I had to get a jacket just because the wind, and then with the water, I guess. I don't know. It was cold to me.
I gotta wonder what a picnic or some kind of get together would be like when the people that are from a country being hungry.
They were having a blast. Um, my one daughter that does the hula hoop dancing, they were trying to do the hula hoop.
Well, I'm gonna have to
That
go
was
back and
pretty
look
funny.
at your page. I didn't see nothing about a river. I saw a short of yours that said this was peace, and that had like 1,800 views already.
Yeah, that was at the river.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that was the same river we went to today.
Okay, well, you got a like out of me.
I'm sorry.
I said you got a like out of me and a couple watches. Isn't it weird how them shorts
Yeah,
can get so many views?
but it's weird the ones that do, because when I see one where somebody has built something that can be absolutely useful and necessary, and they don't get the views like something just random. I mean, it's a river and a creek, and it just kind of surprised me. I mean,
I know. The old guy swinging sticks around seems to be pretty popular.
and I was just trying to kind of like get a message out there without it being real obvious. But you know, if anybody watched the four in succession like they were, then they got the message. But it was trying to put out a message without getting caught. Maybe.
Right.
I've seen that echo. Yeah, it's um, we've already hit 90 once, so I know it's going to be a hot summer. And um, the rain change though that I was supposed to get, it was supposed to start tomorrow and be all week. And when I checked it earlier, it looks like it's just Wednesday, I think, and um, which is good because I got a long drive Thursday to go see my nutritionist. Whoa,
I, I,
30
I'm just tired.
degrees.
I decided 60,
Where
65 degrees is the perfect temperature.
for you,
Yeah, yeah.
that's because you're a northerner. Perfect temperature for me is about 75 to 80.
Same
Echo's
thing here.
got 30 degrees. Cold blast in the Midwest. Benjamin, y'all stay warm up there. It's April. Winter should be
And it's
gone.
snowing. It's snowing here right now.
I know. Crazy. Well,
Hmm.
if Nunya's skies was looking like that, there's no telling what's gonna. No telling. More concerned when I see those streaks of light at night, or
Are you talking about trees around? What are you talking about?
and I don't know what they are. I've just seen pictures of them, or the pinkish purple cloud thing. If I see that, then I might start thinking about a different location for a bit.
I do not know what you're talking about. Pinkish purple clouds.
um, Last time I saw one was somewhere around Turkey, and then something big happened there. You don't remember?
Not the pinkish. Oh, you're just making me think of that old saying, and I know this is true. It's a red sky in the morning, sailor's warning. Red sky at night, sailor's delight.
Yeah, absolutely, Pete. I think a lot of this is being created by man, and why? Mm, okay, Echo. It can be scary, but we gotta stand strong, stand firm, stand in faith, bend like the tree, but keep popping back up.
On that computer, if I ever get it going again, I got a whole collection of trees, photographs of trees grown out of cracked sidewalks and sides of cliffs, and trees that grew out of the trees, and how, you know, how they will manage, how they will split rocks from the road and grow at the side of something just to stay alive.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got my hours all screwed up, Bonnie. I'm up in the morning like a normal person, and I don't like it at all.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Make use of that daylight, and if nothing else, just sit in the sun. We all need sun right now. Um, Waiting for my blood work. I know my D level's not where it should be, and that's one that we need to keep up for our immune system and everything else. Just I pray you're right, Eddie. I saw
Go ahead. I was just getting ready to say something too. Go ahead.
we keep hearing history repeats itself, and there's been some bad history back there that we were not taught, and
Whole
that's
bunch
what we
of it.
got to make sure doesn't happen. We have to protect the children no matter what, no matter whose children they are. It's all about the children.
Like what Elaine was saying right there. Today, for instance, um, if a country that was under the control of Congress was fully in control of that country, they wouldn't be persecuting communists for doing things in the country. So that thing that happened there where they're checking the CCP, that's a pretty good sign. I look at that like it's a pretty good sign. Even though it's the Department of Justice or Injustice, however you look at it, maybe like maybe some of the wrong people in the right places are no longer there or something. I hope.
That would be nice. Amen, John.
There's also a saying out there that he who reads writes the history.
I'm
So
losing you again, Carl.
I'm saying there's also that saying where whoever is in control writes history.
Yeah. Well, we might say the same thing.
Not
We
to
need
turn
to.
you around, Lane, but it looks like to me really is the good guys and the bad guys are continuing on with their plans and narrative like they're sure of themselves. Like both of them are just going to continue on. I just feel like it's coming to a head. It's going to clash like one of those like a head-on train crash. Right?
Screaming from the rooftops. Yes, that's what we need to be doing.
Like that movie Network. Have you ever
Yep.
seen that one, Bonnie?
I don't think I've seen the movie. I know I've seen the clip where they were, I'm mad as heck and not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the early 80s. People felt that way back then. What the heck? I feel like people are pacified.
For some
Really,
reason, I thought it was before the 80s because I thought all they had was the radios. Or,
thought it was like 80, 81, but I could be wrong. It could be late 70s.
I don't know. I don't remember yelling it, but I think it was more. Where'd that start? Was it Chicago? Or
It was a Chicago station before that.
I can't remember where it started.
Suppose I should watch that over too instead of
Mm-hmm.
Uppbeats.
No, don't climb up there, Benjamin. Just holler
Shoot,
it out your
we could
window.
grow a garden up there. One rooftop, had an apartment in the downtown area, and a buddy used to hang around on the rooftop. One night we got out a big piece of rope and hoisted a picnic table on the roof of the town so we could sit up there and watch everything go down from a eagle's point of view.
Yeah,
Wow, this is 70s.
76. Bicentennial year.
That was a good year. I was living on the lake.
Or was it sesquicentennial? No, 76 was bicentennial.
Yeah, 76 was bicentennial.
Yep.
I remember the party on the lake, like 100 pontoon boats all tied together. Fireworks.
They did make that a big celebration that year, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Okay, commemorative 1976 commemorative set with the Constitution, Bill of Rights, a bunch of really nice extra large printed out copies of things I want to get. I'm going to find a. I got to go upstate or something, get a scanner that's big enough to copy them and make digital images. What are you whispering to? What?
I can't hear you.
I was saying I have a commemorative set from 1976 with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights on real big pieces of paper that I want to take up to a Staples or something and get digital copies made.
Oh, that'd be neat. Yeah.
That's true, old school Pete. Even even these people with their population control ideas, they think they're doing the world a favor.
Yep.
We are the carbon they want to reduce.
Yes. Because we know the old ways still, I think. And we aren't falling for everything that they're throwing.
They don't want independent thinking. They want, subservient. They
Hmm.
want people that will follow directions.
Yes. The ones that'll do anything for something free. When I was growing up, well, no, it was after my mother, they would, you know how those resorts. Well, I don't know that they do anymore. I haven't seen it, but they used to send out this flyer, and if you come and look at it, you get a free whatever barbecue pit or whatever something. They always had some free gift.
I
And
never did that stuff.
my
Any
mother used
kind
to
of
go.
raffles, nothing like that. I never did that stuff.
Yep. Well, my mother used to go to all of them. Guess what my birthday present was? Whatever the free gift was.
That'd be all right if it was like a brand new truck.
Yeah, that would have been nice. No, it wasn't anything like that.
I know it was like 20 years ago. Here in Michigan, some group was doing a raffle for a Harley Davidson, and it was a beautiful brand new bike, fully dressed. And then somebody found out they were doing the same bike and the same raffle, city to city across the country, apparently. So they were scamming people, using
Yeah,
one brand new bike. They had 15 contests or something with it. They got busted up in the newspaper. I remember that.
good. And that's what I think that's why they stopped because people started calling them out for the big gifts, like because a lot of people weren't getting them. We did do that through a friend of mine. Um, there was a resort that was accessible and had a lot of amenities, and so we did that with a friend of mine, and so for doing that, then we got a trip to Orlando, Florida, I think it was, which of course I wasn't going to go. I gave it to somebody else, but um, and then we just got a day use pass. I didn't want to go through the whole everything. They wanted a lot of money for those, like 75,000 for a membership or something like that. It was crazy. It was a hustle.
Yeah, that sounds my price range.
Yeah.
Good to see y'all, for.
Hey, First Kingdom. Good to see you.
Yeah, they're talking about the two wings being the same bird. You can't really take a bird down just by winging it. You got to shoot that whole thing.
Yep. And they are. They're all just alike. It doesn't. There's not party lines anymore. I don't know why they keep throwing that out there. I don't know why they keep throwing 2024 out there when they haven't solved 20. It's it's like, well, we'll just act like that didn't happen, and we'll just keep on going, making this selection.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen this old school Pete around before, but read his comments. He's going to fit right into this group.
Yes. Yeah, Nanny. That's true. I think the banks are the biggest player in this, actually,
You
possibly.
mean after the double or before that?
Well, yeah, but they seem to be the ones because even though we have our own currency, I don't know. I don't know how that goes. I just have heard under the crown's rule still or something.
Where you talking about how England still bears control over the United States secretly.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some strange things, like when you find out what bar association is and what it means. There's just, it actually does answer some questions
Oh,
on how they manage stuff.
happy birthday, Offers Kingdom.
Oh, happy birthday. You gotta be about 28, 29 years old, right? What's up,
Well,
Garrett?
she put it out there. She just got home from celebrating her 60th birthday with the sweetest friends that I know in town. They brought me roses and treated me to a five-star restaurant. Fantastic meal. That's awesome. I'm so glad you had an enjoyable day. Happy birthday again. In Jesus' day, he pointed out the money changers. Yes, he did.
Well, John, what's
And that's a big one too, right there.
wouldn't that be the Jews that did that, John?
Hey, Garrett.
After all, it was the Jewish priests.
Oh, um, so I didn't get to go see Lily and ZZ, but some people I know did, and they took pictures, and I think they were sitting right next to them because the pictures are so clear and amazing. They were right there, and I was like, I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get to go. Have you ever seen ZZ Top?
Concert? No, I've never seen Willie. Um, Willie more in a laid back setting, not really concert. But and then I've never seen ZZ Top. I have wanted to. Um, there was one time we were driving through Austin and I saw that they were going to be there, and I was begging everybody, "Can we please go back and see them?" Never, always missed it. Something came up.
I don't know how they're going to do without Billy Gibbons as bass player.
Hi,
But I
Chris.
remember when I saw them in concert, thinking to myself, that's just three dudes up there because they you couldn't tell. I mean, they were so the sound was so full. You wouldn't have thought it was just three little guys up there.
Yeah,
Yeah, Chris.
yeah. I was always surprised. There's just three of them.
Well, I've seen other bands do it, but like cheap glasses or just got paid today or something. They did that on stage. Just sounded like any 4 or 5 piece band you ever heard.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's um because he lives so close. Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings. Um, it was easy to see them.
But remember in the 70s, there was a song that hit the radio like all over the place up here. It was a song called I Heard It on the X. Right? And this song, you know how they were when the song first broke and it was popular, they played it every 25 minutes. You know? So I heard this song over and over. And I went out and bought that album, Fandango. And the first half was live, and then the second half was studio. And it really kind of threw me because I expected it to be all a studio album.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to think of it. But it's weird that the song that I first heard by ZZ Top, nobody ever plays it anymore. Whenever I mention I heard it on the Yak, people don't even know the song. But that was the first one we heard all the time. Not cheap sunglasses, not whatever other hits they had.
Sharp dressed man.
Oh yeah, but that was the 80s. I'm talking about Jesus. Leftover Chicago.
You're talking about early.
Yeah, the first 7 albums of ZZ Top. I was really fond of those. And I like the 80s stuff, Bonnie. I mean, those albums are Eliminator, Masterpiece. They're masterpieces. They're just like a different band. I
Yeah.
mean, it's the same guy. They're just like they switched gears when they hit the 80s. Well, I didn't know you were even feeling bad, Sassy Cat.
Sassy Cat. I saw him. Um, oh, I think it was last night. Um, when I went to YouTube for a minute, I think he was up on 101. So I think he's feeling better. Not seeing him tonight. Oh, wait, this is Monday. Mondays is when he has his get together. So,
Nerd night.
yeah, his nerd day.
Hey,
Thank
hey,
you
you
for
feeling
joining
better?
us, School Pete. You have a good evening. Sorry.
Oh no, I didn't see that. You reading chat, read it. I was
Yeah.
just saying, I didn't know Chuck was feeling bad. I sent him a couple things, and I'm starting to wonder if we're hanging. He came up on rescue with me yesterday morning. He was up on the panel for a little while there. I think it was yesterday morning or last day before.
Well, I grew up with country and rock and roll both. My mother, she liked music just like me, any kind of music, and so we had Charlie Pride and um, Patsy Cline and Loretta Lynn and oh my goodness, who are some of the other oldies? Tijuana Brass Band, are they country? I don't.
I don't know if they're country, but my mom
They're
had
kind
some of
of
that too.
in between somewhere in there. Yeah.
Hank Williams Sr. and
Yes, Hank Williams. Um, my
Tex,
grandmother
Tex,
loved. Uh,
Tex Avery. Was that one? Yeah, Tex Avery.
my grandmother's favorites were John Denver and Jim Neighbors. I keep wanting to call him Gomer Pyle.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. He to see Gomer on that TV show and then find out that his kid lead the singer and then to
That
hear him
he could
sing, it was
actually
like,
sing.
whoa.
Yeah. Talk now, Carl.
Jello,
Is that better, Eddie?
SP3.
Turned you all the way up.
Yeah, now you're probably gonna blow out your ears.
No, not right now. And it's weird because sometimes you're really, really loud and I'll have to turn it down a little.
And right now I'm as close to the phone as I can get.
Yeah.
It is weird. It's different all the time.
Yep. Yes, my mother loved 50s rock. Eniac Jack.
What's
Oh,
up, Auntie?
Sassy Sue. Yep. So I was asked if I am going to play a song to the title. I guess I can see if I can
I
find
haven't
it.
done that in a while, Lane. Maybe I should do that.
Yeah, the Not So Chosen. Hmm. Thank you, John, for the link. There is one. I might play it later, but it's a. Oh my goodness, it's so calming. If you need calm music to go to sleep to, she is she is amazing.
I don't sleep to music or TV or none of that. I like to hear what's going on.
Same. Sometimes I'll put my if I'm like if it's just been a rough day, I'll put Pandora on with the Christian music and I'll turn it down low. But um, then there's sometimes when I'm like, "Ooh, I really like that song," and so I have to write down the title so I don't forget it. I have to write down everything.
Well, I don't know, songs, just things people say or something happened or whatever reminds me of a song constantly. Like just now, I was just
Yes,
kind of spaced for a minute. I was thinking of a, have you ever heard the wind? You know that one?
yep. Um, is that Whippoorwill? No,
It's I'm so lonely.
I
I
could
can't.
die.
Yeah.
That's it. And um, Kalijah. Oh my goodness, I think I heard that
Oh
song a
yeah,
million times when I was growing up.
me too. I still love that song.
Yes, and that Saturday was cleaning day, and Mama would crank up the music, and we'd just be cleaning and dancing. Yep.
Have you ever heard? What was that? I'm thinking of before.
Sylvia Blazer.
Troglodytes. Have you ever heard the song "The Troglodytes"?
I can't understand what you're saying.
Have you ever heard a song that talks about troglodytes? I was trying to think of that song earlier today. It came to me.
I can't think of one.
It was maybe late '60s, early '70s. It always reminded me of Alley Oop, but it's talking about cavemen.
I can understand that, Chris.
Yeah, I hear there's a whole lot of shelves in stores filled with Anheuser-Busch products.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of off-brand beers are selling really good Sunday too. Get woke, go broke.
So do you think patriotism is gone, Carl?
Heck no, I think they're suppressing it. They want you to think that it is. It's one fake news little tricks there. I mean, it's like saying that. All right, it's like saying that Christianity or something is on the downfall because you see, it's like the chosen. You know, look at the numbers for the chosen. How many people watch that series? It's
Yes.
in the millions. You know, they're hiding that information. They don't want you to know how many of us there are. They probably don't want to know how many of us there
Hawk gave your answer. There you go.
are. Thoughtless nursing.
Hi,
Yeah,
Hawk.
the Jimmy Castor book. Man, I hadn't heard that in a while. I'm gonna have to look that one up. That was a fun song. Oh, we were just singing that one, but we modified the words to it, Echo. We were like, I forget what I think it was Annie. Was that you that helped me modify the words of that song? The Battle of New Orleans. Mostly at me and the
I don't know. Yeah, I like that song too.
See how she just dropped that StreamYard link when you show up off? Like, there it is. There it is right there. It's right there. Go ahead. Put that right there. Right. It's right there. I like hip hop too. Everybody likes hip hop.
I don't know. It's my hope that there is more patriotism than is being shown. I'm seeing people take down their flags. I'm seeing and so I don't know if that's
No,
like
wait a minute. All right.
a
They're showing you that. You're not seeing it. They're showing you that. Look at one
no,
of these
no. I'm
rallies for
I
Mr.
know,
T, and
but
then look at a rally for Mr. D, and see the differences.
well, I know I've seen that, but I'm talking about when I go to town, the only flags I'm seeing are on the um what do you call them? The is it the municipal buildings like the sheriff's office and the
Well, that's
government
probably
building.
because they don't want their businesses vandalized. Are you talking Austin or something?
And that's what I'm wondering. Is it because um
Hey, Victor, Frankenstein,
Victor,
good to see you.
good to see you. Yeah, it um even I showed a picture on here of the fence. These people have a long, well, okay, yeah, a long chain link fence, and then there's two duplexes in between, and then there's a really long chain link fence to another home, and they had them lined with flags, and every flag you could think of, and they also had a flagpole with two flags hanging on it, and then I drove by there last week, and I'm not seeing any flags. I mean, that whole street was flags, and they're gone. And I think it's because, um, yep, thank you, Echo. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, it could be that. It also could be some kind of ordinance that they're trying to pass, screwing people. You know,
No, no, no. We won't let that happen here. it's that's one that I know everybody would stand against. It's
you know,
I think it's
Well, that sounds
Or-
pretty patriotic.
yes, and well, yeah, where I'm from, but that's what I'm just wondering. I mean, I was told maybe 30% of the country. That's a really low number. And I think it's a whole lot more than that. But I think that people are just because what happens
I'll bet you
that
it's more like
they
thirty
just
percent of the country aren't patriotic.
and that could be the case. Hey,
What's
Rescue,
up,
good to see
Rescue?
you. I put the link out there above you. If
Yeah, we
you'd
got
like
all the
to
good
come
people
talk.
showing up now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lives tonight. Whenever
I didn't see anything going on.
I went to clear my phone, well, I'm subbed to almost everyone on YouTube, I think. I haven't hit that mark yet. Indy told me that she got to a certain point and they wouldn't let her sub anymore. And so she had to go through and she was like, okay. But
Yeah, I heard that. I got like 500 and something subs or more. I don't over
uh,
500. I know that.
I have a whole lot more than that. But she said she thinks it also coincides with how many subs you have because she was able to sub a few more for some reason. And so, oh, Eddie, thank you. I've been so busy, y'all. It, I've just been really busy, not ignoring y'all. I promise. I have missed y'all. Hi, Cindy.
Thanks, Andy Fuller. Oh, I don't think you got to apologize. I've been doing the same thing, using the daylight, getting up in the morning, like I said, like some kind of crazy person, doing stuff all day long and being tired at night, you know?
Yep.
I knew that was coming. It's like that every year, you know? Winter time is when I get more social on the internet in the winter. I do more projects that are, time consuming type projects in the winter. Summer comes, I'm outside. I want to do something else with it.
When do I move? That's a good question. Oh, my niece was telling me she got a phone call about that today. And so I said, okay, follow me. And we came in here to put my stuff up from coming back from the river. And I don't think she explained that phone call to me. I'm going to have to ask her. I mean, it has been so busy. My mother is texting me constantly. I'm supposed to take care of some insurance claims and the house thing. And I asked my granddaughter to take over that one. And I'm trying to divide up all these jobs that are keeping me so busy where I can't even think straight. And then um, just a lot of things going on, business stuff that have to make a bunch of phone calls during the day and paperwork and then trying to pack up everything at the same time. It's a busy time. And for some reason I get all my energy at night. And so it's like, do I do this? Do I go live? Well, I don't know. And maybe I can do stuff while I'm on a live and no, because we know how easily I get distracted.
Squirrel.
Yes. Once in a while I can be squirrely.
So I
But
know what it's like trying to keep a train of thought and you read something in chat. And that thought went right out the window.
Yes, I know, because they say something really good, and I'm like, okay, I gotta read this. Oh, what was I thinking? I don't know. I can't remember, but that was good. And um, I'm still getting texts.
I gotta hand it to people like Rescue and Shad do so much by themselves on a fan. You know, they keep
Yes,
it moving. You know, they bounce off the chat and they keep it going. You know, they're not. If I was trying to do a panel all by myself, there'd be a lot of dead air time, a lot of dead space there. You know,
well, if I get to that point, because I can talk a lot, in case you haven't noticed, and as long as the chat's talking to me, we got it. But um, and if I run out of stuff to say, then I'll grab a song, and because everybody likes music, and then usually by then something else pops in my brain. It just goes constantly. And Victor, um, I saw him over at Indies Saturday night, so at least we know he's still around.
you talk about Black Watch. You saw Black Watch?
Yes.
Good deal. I was wondering about him too. I saw Crystal Chaplin. I know she's all right.
Oh, you saw Crystal? Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, people come and go through, and sometimes the other day I felt bad. Uh, I said alive one night, and then daughter showed up. It just got crazy real quick, and I had to delete it. And it didn't delete on YouTube for some reason, and so I had to go back and figure that out later. But uh, Kentucky Patriot had commented in it, and I was like, oh my goodness, I haven't seen him in forever. So they may not make a live, but they're still out there, and I'm glad to know that they're still out there. Because I notice when I don't see someone for a while, and I'm glad that all of y'all do too. It's a community, and we got to keep track of everybody and make sure that everybody's okay.
Good luck keeping track of everybody.
Well, yeah, I know it is very hard to keep track of everybody, but it's just good to see a name pop up that I haven't seen in a long time. I really appreciate it.
I saw Kentucky Patriot. I think it was at 101 a couple weeks ago. It was the first time I'd seen him in a couple months at least.
I'm glad you're still here, Victor. Um, Echo, don't get insurance through them. It's twice as much.
It is a little weird as a credit union trying to peddle insurance. So
Yeah, it is. Uh, I've been getting texts, and y'all, it's a scam. It's a whatever they're doing. But these texts are they're like, um, if I have a like Netflix. Yes, I have Netflix. Sorry, but so I'll get a text. Something's wrong with your Netflix account. Click here, and I'm all, nope, because I already know it's and but they'll do it with every even my bank sometimes I'll get a thing and it's like that's not how my bank notifies me, so you got to be really
um,
careful with don't click on any links that are sent in texts, or it can even be emails. I've seen
I
them.
remember the show. But for Netflix was promoting somewhere they had little kids dressed up like
Yeah.
ghosts and stuff. And that was I ended my Netflix service right there on the spot. As soon as I saw it.
Yep. Hello, Hawk.
Hey, what's up, kids?
What's up, Hawk? Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you guys. It's nice to have internet to be able to actually watch, because I can't.
Hey,
I
all
tried.
right,
I
man.
tried watching on my phone, but we don't get good enough signal out here to tune into a phone. And today is the first day that I've had internet since the last time I was on. What was that? About 12 days ago, 13 days ago.
Yeah.
Right on,
Yeah,
man.
but
Glad to hear that.
so since the beginning of January, we're not even going to go into last year. Just this year alone, I've had 15 days of service in 112 days.
You think they'd compensate you, wouldn't you?
Well, I actually have a credit on my account of a little over $1,000 because I don't have a residential account. I have a business account.
Hey,
And
how's the flooding going over there? How you do? Last I heard from you, you had some pumps down.
well, did I have what now?
You had some pumps down.
Yeah, I had actually. I was unable to run any of the pumps for about a week during the. I'm mostly flooded out here. I have some areas that are up to 42 inches of water. I have some areas that are down to a half an inch. But yeah, I've been flooded for a couple of weeks now. So believe me, it's not fun having 10 full-size German Shepherds running in and out and just
Move
having
the
a blast
money.
in it and coming
Yes.
in and then shaking off every time they come in. So what used to be really nice sheetrock walls are now mud splatted white,
Oh
semi-white,
no.
and off-white walls.
They
Oh,
got
sounds
lost.
like they're living the life, though.
uh,
What's
yeah.
up, Double I?
So, but yeah, I've been it's I had 3 pumps that I wasn't even able to get to because of the depth of the water. I'd have to put on I would have had to put on some scuba gear to get to them, at least a snorkel and a mask, anyways. Because it was bad, and it's ice cold water, you know. So it's not fun to work with. Your hands freeze up and everything else. So, um, but yeah, I got 3. I think I got 3 going right now. I'll move the generator tomorrow and start pumping out another area. So I'm having to run 2 generators right now. One to run any power that I need in this building and in the kitchen, and then one generator that is just actually pumping out. And I'd say we're pumping out somewhere between uh, 40,000 to 60,000 gallons an hour.
Where the heck are you sitting? Are you going over a ridge? Is there how far you got to move it to get rid of
I
that?
Well, I've got to move the generators about uh, anywhere between 30 to 50 yards. But the problem is that some of the water is so deep that if I end up setting the generator down in that area, it'll get flooded. So I've been hauling it around with my Prowler. It's a one of those Arctic Cat 4-wheel uh,
Yeah.
doohickeys, um, which has been doing pretty good. Except for that actually because the back end seal's really nice, that can hold water itself. So I've got to make sure that I drop the tailgate every time I stop with the generator, or walk away from it to make sure that the water is completely running out of it, or else the generator will be underwater.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a real project surviving these last few weeks. But hey, it's the life of a farmer, and you just kind of take the bad with the good, and hope that the good outweighs it. So
Well, I had some fun already this
Yeah.
year myself. Just last week here, I don't know if you ever used one, but it's called a sewer jet.
Mm-hmm.
and then you hook it up to a power washer, and there's an 18-foot culvert here that was literally packed with clay. And
Oh,
I used that sewer jetter all day long and finally cleared through it and shoveled it all out. And I looked like I'd been playing in a pig pen by the time it was over. But now the water flows and it's draining quicker here, so it's a big improvement.
yeah. We have about 70 yards from where the roadside culvert is. And I actually have a pump on the other side of the fence. So I pump everything outside the outside of the main compound area to this one area, and then I've got to go out there and fire up that pump to pump it out to the road. And then that drains down into the creek. And it works out really well. If all 13, if I had regular power instead of just running a couple of generators out here, uh, I could have all 13 pumps going and be totally dry, you know. But after that $12,000 electric bill I got, that was my last bill was $12,000. I said, you know what, I'm done. I'm
Whoa.
not I'm not paying PG&E another
Shouldn't
dime.
have to be doing all that. I
Yeah, we
mean,
went. Normally, my electric bill was anywhere between $4,500 to $6,500. Running all the greenhouses and all the buildings, plus the outdoor workshop area.
Mm.
We could run up to as high as $6,500 a month. But when I
it'd be
went out and got
cheaper to
that
live
bill,
on stilts.
yep, exactly,
What's
exactly.
up, Kim?
Yeah.
And now it's still 1,200. Is that what you said?
Oh, I'm paying maybe. Okay, so 4 or 5 gallon gas cans last me 9 days, and then I have my propane tank, which when I fill that up, can actually run the big generator for about 3 months. On
Okay.
anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 gallons. So it's yeah. Um, it Oh, let me tell you,
But your last electric bill, they charged you what?
it was 12,500 was my last electric bill.
12,000,
Yeah,
not 12. Goodness. And
yeah,
you haven't had the farm going in quite some time.
almost 2 years,
Yeah.
almost 2 years. Yeah.
So
So
how'd they come?
on an average during the winter time when the business was going, I was spending about 600 to 650 more during the winter time running the pumps alone, just by the pumps.
Yes.
To run all 13 pumps to keep it dry. Um, then I cut back
Mhm.
on running everything because of the fact that I was down to just 4 greenhouses operating. And then it got to the point where that was getting to be too much, so I cut back to 2 greenhouses running. And finally, I just shut it down. It was too much,
Yep.
you know. And what's crazy is 90% of the medicine that we produced here we gave away. We didn't ask for a dime in return for that. We
Yeah.
made our money from selling plants. Okay.
Yeah.
But, one of the biggest upheavals was the fact of the internet outages started about 3 years ago and just continued. I mean, we be with no internet for 7 days, and then 9 days, and then 18 days, and then 24 days. And
Yes.
we're paying them $122 a month to not give us service. There's a problem there, you know.
Yeah.
And
Kick
you
out.
know, it's been a mess. It's been a mess, but hey, I'm surviving. And that's what I need to do. One of the biggest things I wanted to remind everybody right now while our heads are really nice and clear and we're absorbing all of this information all around us and watching everything that's happening. Remember to keep your peace, okay? And
Yes.
when people come to you, greet them with open arms and open dialogue. Okay. It's going to be very, very important because more and more is being shown every single day.
Yep.
We knew this was coming. We tried to tell them that this was coming, but they didn't want to comprehend, they didn't want to understand, and they didn't want to research. Okay. The time for I told you so is a year or two after all this is done. Okay. When it's all said and done and life is beyond what we thought was normal. Okay. Uh, to a real normal. Okay. Then you can drop your I told you so's. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to say that to anybody, but um, it is. I think it was because I was trying to. I felt like a rush, like to get this information out to everybody, and so I probably overwhelmed them, and so I was like, okay, Bob, back off,
Yep.
and
See
and
it,
let
yeah.
just drip like it started out with us, just drip here, drip there, and then it just started going. Poof.
Yep.
Actually, in my mind, Hawk will always be the first one to say, "Don't be a I told you so."
Yeah. It doesn't do us any, it doesn't do anybody any good because what you do is
No,
you take those people who want to learn and you anger them and you send them right back to sleep.
yes,
You
and
know, this, I'll just deal with what they throw at me. I'll just deal with, no, you don't need to do what is just thrown at you. This is your country. This is where you live. This is where
oh,
you were raised. This is where, your family is. This is where your friends are. This is where, we have some of the strongest communities worldwide. There are a lot of communities that cannot even come close to comparing to what we do for each other. Don't throw that away. Don't throw that away. You know, and it's like it's um it's like the kids in school. It's like you're the one who's getting the lesson. You know, and as you're learning it, it's setting just right with you. You know what I mean? Everything that they're saying is coming through so clear in the message, in your lesson. But other people in your class will be sitting there and they're like, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. But it's kind of funny that when you go outside, during your little breaks throughout the day and you start having a conversation about it, then all of a sudden they get it. And that's how we have to treat them. That's how we have to greet them. That's how we have to open ourselves up to them and get them moving forward, you know, and start with God. Start with God, you know.
See where Taiwan's cutting ties with Pfizer and anything to do with them and starting lawsuits against them.
Oh yeah, that and they're buying a whole crap load of
It it
land to ship missiles.
it hurt some of the royal family of Taiwan. They're pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be um you know looking at everything that we know and that we have seen over this period of time, we have to say to ourselves, um, okay, everything that we talked about before possibly happening is now happening. It is now happening. It is being shown to us on such a level that our perception of it is uh, okay. I can breathe while all this is going on because it's you know how do I put this? Our perception of it is strength through compassion, strength sometimes through silence, but then other times it's strength by voice, because then we're talking about the things that we took the time to research. And when we do that, and we give them pointers as to how to look things up, you know. So like when you guys hear a really good bit of information, okay, and somebody drops some links for it and you go and you watch it, bookmark that. Bookmark that so that you can send it to these people who are coming to you now or in the near future to get information from you. You're able to point them in a direction that's going to give them solid footing. And what you're going to find out is that your community doubles in strength.
Yes.
Because that is where standing is strength. So you've got your connection to the creator or God, however you want to see it. Okay. And then we have our perception of strength through silence, because sometimes we just have to hold back, hold strong, not go off the cuff because of the fact that we know that they're wrong, but giving the I told you so even now, again, can send them right back into, that lull where they don't care.
Yeah.
We have to care. That's the big thing. Our love of country is based upon it, especially in our age group, is the patriotism that we were taught back in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. That all of a sudden began disappearing in the 80s. By the end of the 90s, had all but vanished. It reemerged for about a year after 9/11. And then poof, it was gone again. A year after it was done, half of America had forgotten about that incident. Okay. And and people, if people would have dug in and researched back then and found the information that Rumsfeld had released about the 23 trillion or $2.3 trillion that disappeared.
Hawk, I saw an article today that says that the what IA was involved in were actually there were agents involved in hijacking.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is okay. So it's always been about our guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's always been about our guns, about disarming us. It's always been about sexuality. So the feminization of man leads to a weaker nation, a weaker populace. People who,
Will you do me a favor and send that to Bonnie so she can show that picture?
which one?
The one I was just talking about. It's a brand new one.
Where's it at?
Echo's going to send it to Bonnie. I can't do it with a lot of panels that jump down.
Oh, you're talking to Echo. Okay.
Yeah. If she'll agree to it, she might be. I don't know. She might be that nice.
Okay, so the bookmark on the phone, I believe it's the 3 dots up in the upper right-hand corner. You click on that, and then the menu drops down, and that's where you can do bookmark.
Yes.
Yeah, but some sites now require you to sign in to Google account before you can bookmark them.
Yeah. So, but it's like, again, it all boils down to taking our perception and giving it our perception compassionate with strength.
Ooh, look what Andy just said. That's what I didn't hear yet.
I don't fall by Lord churches. My creator is within me, awaken me, and show me the validation, knowing, and guidance to everything happening now and what's coming.
Yeah, I totally get that.
Well, I meant Andy Jakes.
Every person has their own spiritual connection.
Yes.
Absolutely.
everybody has their own spiritual connection, you know, and the thing is you know, I will be known by many names, but as long as you include the uh, that one little part about the uh, creator of the heavens and the earth, you know, that's what we because he created the heavens and he created the earth. Now, if you got a native background, you're praying to the Great Spirit, and you believe that your ancestors are those eagles that are flying overhead. Those are your grandfathers or grandmothers, you know, and that you'll receive messages through them, signs through them. You know, if you're
Yep.
Jewish, it's going to be you know uh, the oh geez, I don't even know what the hell there's
Figures I won't go
Elohim,
there.
there's Eli, there's there's so many different names, you know,
Yep.
and the Egyptian wise man that was traveling, he was known to have said that when all these different names for gods, you know, he said they are all vain or parts of him. The difference is that when you're in touch with the creator, um,
Things happen.
it's I am. He is. That's it.
Yeah.
It's all there is. If you think of it, Samuel called him Elohim. So did Saul. So did David. You know, but then others came after that called him by other names. So it's yeah.
Well, Auntie, I was just thanking you for posting that. It was a news story I did not hear.
So hi everybody in chat. Sorry, I'm not typing back, but I didn't want to open up another window. So
No, a minute ago, Auntie says game changing. Supreme Court decision stripping the ATF of the power and authority.
oh yeah, I did hear about that. I'm waiting to see more information come out about it because you know that there's going to be a big battle on the news about it. That's going to be a huge thing. And then we're going to end up seeing other organizations begin getting shut down one by one by one by one by one. Patience, and we've stressed that for 3 years, and it's hard to sit back and watch all of this. But the thing is that the rest of America really did need to see what is going on and how all of this is being laid out in front of us. And if we're not taking the time to to help educate our fellow man, we're nothing but fools. It doesn't do any good to keep information just to yourself. You've got to put it out there so that everybody gets an understanding and understanding. Let's go there instead of understanding, because when we understand something, that means that something is above us. Okay, so understanding means that we stand within with the information that we have. We stand true. We stand strong.
Good to see Shadow Dancer, Tennessee Red Runner,
And Flying Eagle. It was just it's good to see y'all.
Annie says, can you articulate what can be done to stop what is going on in our country? Stand up, speak up. We are the majority. People just don't realize it. We've always been led to believe that the Republican Party, and the independent parties were the little guys. We were the little guys that were just power hungry. That's what they said. We're or the little guys that are power hungry. When in all actuality, we are the majority. You know, easiest way to explain it to you is like this: Oregon is the first state to do mail-in voting. Okay, for every year, 20 years prior to mail-in voting, Oregon was a completely red state. As soon as mail-in voting came, boom. The very first time that they did mail-in voting, all of a sudden we came under Democratic control. It went blue.
Yep. Selection.
So getting out there, getting involved in the paper thingy where it gets counted and we get to put who we want where we want them, that's important. I would say that word, but we'll probably end up in trouble. And I don't want to get Bonnie in trouble. Okay. Medically, start looking for things that are natural. There are so many natural medicines that are out there that you can use to heal your body. Start using them. Get away from the pharmaceuticals. Okay. And get involved in your community, especially your local, go to your county board meetings, go to your city council meetings, all of them, get involved.
Yes.
Because as long as you don't pay attention, they can get away doing anything that they want. They can do anything. And the only thing that you can do is sit back and say, oh, my God, why are you doing this to us? How did you do this? Why did you do this to us? It's too late. They've already done it. They've already done it.
I don't hear too much about getting rid of those machines before the net is within 7 months. Oh, we got 7 months to get rid of those machines. I don't see anybody.
Well, I've seen a couple of states. I've seen some information on a few states that have banned them.
Yeah, I saw 2, I think.
Yeah, and it's a start. It's the beginning.
7 months away too. It's a little weird.
Yeah, and but patience, is wearing thin for all of us, and I understand that. I totally get it. I totally get it.
I went through stages on that, Hawk. I mean, I've had to sit myself down and say, all right, look, to do it the right way, to do it the legal way, without assassinating some of these punks or doing something their way, it's going to take time. Court dates take a lot of time. This is, when I saw how the Pillow Man had to take a $10 million loan out to defend himself from all the lawsuits they're throwing at him.
Oh, yeah.
They explain some things to me, why it's taking this amount of time. Just every now and then I have a sit down with myself to remind myself, it's working. It's just, you gotta be patient. You gotta wait it out. It's gotta be done right. It's gotta be done thorough. We can't come back. You gotta make sure they do this the way that it ain't coming back.
Yeah. Carl, when was the last time you turned your phone off and turned it back on again?
Yes, I'm going to go and turn my phone off and turn it back on again, and I'll come right back.
Okay, because you're like a total 100% robot right now. Take me to your leader.
Squat.
And I never know if it's my computer because every so often everybody's roboting. And so I just have to sit and wait. But a while ago when I was sitting and waiting, it just booted me too.
Yeah, I saw you go. I was like, well, we better keep talking.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's yeah, I totally get what you mean. That was where the selection came in. It wasn't a fair. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, those people are going to go. Those people are going to go. I'm telling you, there's going to be such a removal of evil in this country that goes beyond what people can think or even come close to comparing it to.
Yes.
And but it needs to be done. That's the other thing, is it needs to be done. We cannot move forward as long as that evil is in place, or can keep creeping up. When it gets wiped out, it's got to be wiped out for good. Not so it can pop up again in 20 years or 30 years or 50 years. Okay. But it's got to be permanent. And that's only
Yeah.
going to work if we work together. And right now America is waking up in ways that go well beyond anything any of us thought was going to happen 3.5 4 years ago. you know um yeah.
The cleansing.
Oh no, I
That,
see it. I see it. I believe me, I see it being cleaned out. I see it. you know um what I'm saying is that it's all got to be cleaned out, all of it. Even our local, you know, to that office down the road from you, that municipal office down the road from you. Okay. Police stations have to be cleaned up. Sheriff's office have to be cleaned up.
yes.
Courthouses have to be cleaned up. Churches have to be cleaned up.
Yep.
Schools have to be cleaned up. And you know what else? Families need to be cleaned up.
Definitely.
We have to keep, media. There you go. You have to be cleaned up and cleaned out. Not just, going in and doing a washover. We need to take 90% of the people who are involved in news organizations completely out of the picture. I said this like 2 years ago. I don't know if you remember me saying this or not, Bonnie. I said, what we need to do is get groups of people together and go outside of these news organizations and stand there with signs. You better
Yeah.
tell the truth or shut down, you know. And as the crowds begin to grow, they begin to realize that we are on to their BS and what they are trying to perpetrate, this major fraud across the entire world, needs to come to an end. Standing outside your radio stations that promote their propaganda, okay? TV stations that promote their propaganda, okay? Newspapers that promote their propaganda.
Yep. Right down to the ants. There you go.
Yeah, the IRS is a private business.
Yeah.
But they're totally irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. I'll never pay taxes to them again.
And we can't lose our spirit. John Denning said that a while ago.
Yep.
Totally agree.
You can't. You can't. And and you can't. And in during that separation, you cannot lose your soul. That is more. That's why. That's one of the reasons why I push the agenda of not giving the constant "I told you so's" to people. Don't separate yourself from the good that you really want to do by doing something stupid like giving the "I told you so's." Now later on, after everybody's gone through all this and we're on the other side of it, and life is getting good again, then you can give the "I told you so's." Okay.
Yep.
But at that same time, those people are going to be thanking you for giving them the information you gave to them. And it's going to be a joke instead of a rebuke. It's we're better than that. We are. We're better than that. We care about our fellow man.
Hmm. That's interesting, Cindy. Hmm.
Yeah.
Way to go, Shadow Dancer.
Yeah. It's all going to come down. It's all going to, and you know what's funny is, you know, that board that we talk about, you know, that particular letter, number 17,
Yes.
you know, people are starting to go and look at it now. They're starting to go and look at it now. Oh yeah. Traffic, traffic has increased by 1/3. You know, um, because they people want to know what we knew back then and
Yeah.
see what we saw back then. You know, um, and it's yeah. As more and more people begin to discover and understand, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, yeah, and there is no such thing as coincidence. Okay, that's just a fact, folks. There is no such thing as coincidence. You know, uh,
Absolutely. That's why we're all here.
yep, yep,
It wasn't a coincidence that we all found each other and
yep,
built this up.
Can you hear me now?
yeah,
All right.
much better. No robot this time
At all? Way
at all.
better? Really?
Way better. Yep. Don't move your phone.
Yeah, sound
Well,
good.
I admit I haven't shut it off completely in days. So
Yeah,
that was probably it. Good call. I
you
know
probably
somebody
got to.
said it before you in chat,
You
but
probably need to clear the cache in your browser on your phone
just
eventually,
did it.
so that
Just did all that. Yep. Went through and
yeah, and reverting to common law away
Yes.
from the admiralty law. We want to go back to common law. What was that? Hold on. What was that?
I just saw some dude, last name Smith, is tore up a CNN reporter with
Truth bombs. Loved it. Oh, right on. See, it's a,
Yeah.
it's going to be everywhere. It's going to be everywhere. You're going to see it everywhere. Even these guys that we thought were reporting as close to the truth as they could get out of their organization, because if you look at Tucker Carlson, he's trying to lay it out there. He is. He's really, really trying to lay it out there. Okay, but that Rupert Murdoch, the guy who owns it, is not going to allow him to just lay it out as plain as day. He's got to bounce.
well,
He's got to bounce around every issue. Now
did
they
you
can't
see what
cut
he
Trump
did?
off. What's that?
He did that J6 thing one night.
Yep.
He got all kinds of backlash over it. And then
Yep.
the next night they cut him off.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. They told him no more.
Then he
No more.
comes on later like, well, it wasn't that big a deal. They're they're controlling these people. It's pretty obvious that they've got binders on their eyes.
Yes, it does, Annie. Yes, it does.
What's up,
There's a
MC Dub?
so
Away control.
so there's a board run by the 17th letter, okay, which is basically the 17th letter is a team. A team. It's not one person. It's a team
Did
of
you
a
ever
bunch of
look
people.
that up and see what it says? It's the Energy Commission.
The who?
There's an Energy Commission that's called Q. Have you ever seen that?
Well, yeah, actually, I have. Basically, okay. So if you're searching for, let me see if I can find this.
Hello, Echo.
Hi.
How are you?
All
I
right.
hear an echo.
So the 17th letter is a United States military intelligence operation working hand in hand with the President of the United States. Some could easily argue that Donald J. Trump was hand chosen years ago by the United States military to aid them in this critical historic operation. Q is not a single person, but a team of high-ranking persons with Q level clearance security levels, executing operations that have been planned for many years. The plan, some of the objectives are a massive information dissemination program meant to expose massive global corruption and conspiracy to the people, cause the people to research further to aid further in their great awakening, root out corruption, fraud, and human rights violations worldwide, return the Republic of the United States to the constitutional rule of law, and also return the people worldwide to their own rule. In short, the operation is the greatest criminal sting and anti treason sedition event in world history. It certainly does appear that we as a country are lawfully living out the Declaration of Independence once again, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these means, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That comes from the Declaration. Okay. Due to the classified nature of much of the information, evidence the team holds, they cannot just come right out with it. However, they can drop breadcrumbs that the people, often the Anons, can dig into and help us all discover the truth. Furthermore, it must be understood that the enemies in this war are monitoring the same board that we are. Therefore, some of the information that these group of people drop is strategically misinformation slash disinformation. Think military game theory and the art of war by Sun Tzu. Sure, none of us want to filter through and try to discern truth from falsehood. However, these warfare tactics really cause we, the people, no harm when they must be used. However, they are devastating to the enemy and a necessary part of warfare. Military planning at its finest. Okay.
Reminds me of two things. One was a photograph with about 100 people standing in a formation that looked a lot like a cube with Donald Trump at the head of it. The
Yeah.
other one that makes me think of is what Christopher Miller said before 2020 when he came out and was congratulating everybody on the largest military operation ever pulled off. When he was given full control of all the special operations groups, remember all that?
Say that last part again.
We're talking about when Christopher Miller was given command of all the special operations groups.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he came out and he made a public statement saying that, how they had just completed the most comprehensive military operation in history.
Yeah. It's, when people realize that they're actually watching a movie and experiencing a movie in their own life, that's going to be the biggest awakening of all. It's there's going to be, um, you know, um, a lot of this stuff's already done. What you're watching are basically actors and actresses doing their jobs.
It
Okay.
sure looks like it, right down to the rubber damn masks. I got to admit,
Yeah.
some things just don't seem right.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, and some of it's really pretty obviously put out there as bad acting.
Yep. Yep. But it's but we are moving forward. And more people are waking up every single day. We're meeting them every day. We're getting the opportunity to share information every day. we're getting at the same time the opportunity to share love and compassion every day. You know, and it's securing and strengthening people for the next part. You know, it's and there's still a lot more to come, a lot more, a lot more.
Yep.
They can only give us so much at a time because then if you overwhelm the normies, it's going to be way too much. They're not going to be able to grasp onto it, and they are going to go ostrich and bury their head in the sand.
Well, there's a couple other elements going on too. There are certain people that were convinced that we were going to get through this that lost that hope, and they're pretty much digging in. There's a lot of people that think this is the end times. There's a lot of people that they're uh, they're not seeing any of the positive. They're still focused on mainstream media too.
Yeah,
It just blows my mind how anybody would believe anything they say. If they're going to lie to you about one thing, they're going to lie to you about everything. So
yeah,
it calls into question anything they say. I
Well, and
automatically,
when you really
you know,
look at it and think about it, with war, you have to realize that people of faith that believe in something that's unseen, they're going to try to make us think our biblical thing is going on. So
yeah,
that would be one of the, you know, ops
it is
being done on people is to make things appear to be the revelation.
yeah.
right down to their little statues and stuff. What's up, Joseph? And Brew W, I saw that. I'm on True Social, and I follow Donald Trump and actually the Donald Trumpo or whatever that one is too. And I could not find that tweet where he was supposedly retweeted it. I I can't find it. I don't know that that's accurate that he actually retruthed that.
But I would like to say, staying on the caution, the of just being prepared is intelligent to do at any time.
Yeah, even when we're not even in this situation,
Yep.
having a 30-day supply or even a 60-day supply is not a bad thing. Okay, to have your cabinets and your pantry and everything stocked, you know, because you never know if a natural. I'm not talking about a man-made. I'm talking about a real natural disaster was to happen. Okay,
Yes.
the ability to be able to provide for yourself and for your family is ultimate. Um, so uh, but you have
Without
to understand
knowing.
that at the same time that we started preparing for all of this, you know, we began to recognize that it's like these people who say to me, well, I go out and I buy my food every day. I don't keep anything in my fridge or my freezer. I just pick up what I'm going to eat on my way home. you know um it's like, come on. What if all of a sudden, that store is shut down because of a disaster? Then you're stuck with nothing. And you know I mean, sure, communities are great, but exactly, if you don't have the greatest connections in your community, you're going to go without for a while. you know so I said that exactly to someone today about the red steers. They laughed at me. I said they're trying to create an end of the world scenario. Yeah, they are. They are. They are. It's like, But the thing is revelations can't happen until the 1,000 years of peace happen,
Well, that's what I mean.
and the return of Christ comes when everybody on earth, okay, everyone on earth finds righteousness.
I
Okay.
don't think it's coming yet. I don't think it's time either. And
No.
and I don't think we're a lost cause because it feels like like there's something preventing them from sending the jackboots to our door, kind of
Oh,
deal.
yep.
You know, in other words, if that element was truly in full control right now, we'd be in a lot different situation. So
Yep.
there's some type of counter to whatever they're trying to do that's active. Think of how many things in the last 2 years they said they were going to do that they couldn't pull off.
Yep.
You know, like closing Gitmo, you know, that kind of thing.
Yep. Yep.
They're
Yeah.
asking if you have a link to the Q stuff, I think.
Okay. So the one that I use is, let me, I really don't want to drop a link because if I do, then that could be a flag.
Can't you
You
can't you drop the link and then remove it?
know, I I don't think I can on this account because I'm on 18 now because 15 I all of a sudden got locked out of. I can't figure out how to get back in it. Um,
Echo, did
so
you ever find that site?
so if you type in
No.
QALERTS.app, hit enter.
Do you know that they won't let you send that in messengers? They won't let you send a link to that
No,
anywhere.
yeah, I know. That's why. That's yep. Dot app. Dot app.
There you go.
Okay, and that's where you go back to the first post and start reading through and grab a notepad. Okay, this is what I'm going to tell you. Grab a notepad. Okay, and start taking notes as you go along about every single post that's there that's already happened or is in the process of happening now. And you're going to be like, holy crap, how did they know this 5 years ago?
Because Donald Trump's uncle, John, had control of all the trunks that Tesla had when he died, and 10 of them came up missing, and they got a time machine idea from Tesla, built it, and that's how they know everything. And that's how Simpsons knows everything.
Yeah. It's
Called Project Looking Glass.
yeah. Well, Project Looking Glass is, there's a lot involved in Project Looking Glass, and a lot of people. Uh, there will be a certain there'll be a certain group who's able to collectively pull all of that together and get a full comprehension of what that project was about to begin with. Um, but others will just be lost. They'll just be like, okay, I understand that there was a program that they used in order to do this. Yeah, that's all I need to know is that they did it, and this is what they used to do it. And I'm not going to dig into it any deeper because it goes far beyond what my brain capacity is. And that's when I tell them, sit back, smoke a joint, and read a little bit more.
Yeah, it's not a rabbit hole, it's a rabbit warren.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the last posts that was up there. So you want to go back to number one. Scroll all the way down to the very bottom and just slowly start going through it. And like when you start seeing about the resignations and things like that, and then particular individuals, that's where another part is going to begin to really like, whoa, what? Wait a minute. And you're going to be like, I can't believe that this, all just like lines up and everything. And it's like, you know, um, but the idea is to get us back under true constitutional law, not the Constitution that was that was posted in 1871. I'm talking about the original Constitution of the United States from the 17 70 75 76 77 through its immediate ratifications and everything else that they were doing. So
Yep.
that's where D Dog comes in because he knows more about that than pretty much anybody that I know, other than maybe um, uh, that guy that uh, oh, what's his name? The Washington guy. Um, he went on there with Matt Taibbi and the other guy. Um, dang
Mm,
it. Um,
All right, Bruce. Thanks. I'll check into that too.
little brain
I
fart.
didn't see it anywhere.
You know, I need to smoke a bowl so I can remember.
there
So it's
you go.
Well, Double Dog
Turley,
proof that
the
eating Pop
professor.
Tarts is good for your memory.
Yeah, the historian guy, Turley, I think his last name is. He even testified at
Scott Turley. You talk about Scott Turley?
Turley. See, I don't think his first name is Scott.
Schellenberger. Who's Schellenberger? Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, Steve Turley. There it is. MC Dev got it.
Winky Wincy Dip. Waking Children.
Stephen Turley. There you go. Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. NC Deb came up with the right effort. Stephen Turley. Or Jonathan Turley? No. It's one. Okay, the last name is Turley, okay?
It's one of them.
The Turley guy. Okay, he's about the only one I know that personally that I've seen and seen testify and everything. D-Dog's pretty much right up there where he is. So if you got questions about the Constitution, about laws and things like that, grab D-Dog and have a conversation with him. The most that you can do is pick up a whole bunch of useful information. It's in that's that's important. To learn the Constitution frontwards, backwards, top to bottom, and know what your rights are, the Bill of Rights, and understanding these things and getting us back to the point where where we are living in the pursuit of happiness. It doesn't mean that we're going to always have happiness. It means we have the right to pursue it.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
So Kim's question, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think that the people need to get more involved in that also. The people can start doing those on a small level, and hopefully it spreads to a larger level.
Yeah. If you got land and you got fences, get a cow.
Yes.
Get a pig. Get some chickens. Start producing your own food. That's the thing is that, we're in a time when we realize that we can't depend on the government to protect us because they're the ones who are trying to kill us.
I even saw a movie of a man with a restaurant, and out in the back of it, he had raised beds all over the place, pots, and he would go out there and pick whatever he needed for the meals to cook in the restaurant. Yep.
Growing your own herbs and spices and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Stephen Turley. That is his name. Okay, I was right.
I think he's one of the ones that got kicked off of YouTube, isn't he?
Yes, he did get kicked off for a while, but he's back.
Remember back in the day when Mark Dice and all these people used to be on YouTube.
Well, I tried to bring back as many of the original as I possibly could. Knowing that my channel was going to get struck down often and would have to make new ones often. I got channel 22 all set up and ready to go. I got 18 up and running again because the rights on it disappeared. Yep, I got one.
Yes.
And I will be, now that I got a new phone and a new phone number, I'll be creating 23, 24, and 25 as well. Because as we get closer to the biggest parts of the reveals and everything, I will get back into podcasting again. But I'd really like to get my move done first, and not deal
Yeah.
with being at a place where the power or both my power or my internet can go out, at any time. So,
So you can create 3 backups on one phone number?
yeah, you can do 3 backups on one phone number. So,
Because
and let me
I
tell you, I
really
went through
need
a lot
to.
of burner phones. Going down and
Yes.
buying those track phones and then going off of those, and let me tell you, getting a text message on a track phone that you only get like 25 minutes with the phone when you buy it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You gotta buy every minute that you use. It doesn't come with an unlimited plan like most of these other ones. But yeah, I got a new phone a couple of weeks ago because my old phone is the screen is completely green from top to bottom.
So I've got a secret backup channel now, and it was a few weeks back. Google signed me out of my account. I couldn't sign into this account. I couldn't do anything on Google or YouTube because they put it all on a email that I've never used. One they created for me
Yeah.
without a password. So I had to wait 2 weeks going through all these hoops to get it back. But meanwhile, I found an account that I started like in 2010 or 2011 or something. So I've got an old secret account that I used to have. I found the passwords to that. If I need it, I can always use that now.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go.
It's,
And the destruction of the food supply.
that's a big thing. That really
Yeah,
is. That's a
I
huge
know.
thing.
And it could be to take out the bad, because we know that other countries are not allowed to put things in their food that we are allowed to, that is harmful.
Yep.
So the hope is that it is to clean all that out and start over again.
Yep.
Um,
I'm not saying hi to you, T girl. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Hi.
That's right, Double Dog.
and I don't know, not real sure how milk is one of those things, but
I only use milk for the puppies.
yeah.
That's it. I don't use milk myself. I don't eat cereal or anything like that anymore.
Well, we just had a huge dairy in Texas blow up.
18,000 cows were killed.
70,000.
70,000.
Yes.
So yeah, last I heard.
I'm not telling Runner. I'm not telling Runner. I'm just got no subs. Nobody subbed to it. All I did back then was watch music, so it's just got hundreds of songs and stuff on it. But I'm gonna just not use it and know that I have it if I need it. Nobody's gonna know who it is if I show up using it. Incognito.
You're on double secret email probation, mister.
Yep. I even figured out how to switch back and forth from account to account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just remembering the passwords and all that stuff. And I don't like writing things down because then when you write things down and other people see them, and it's like,
Well, that's the beauty of this, is it made me sit down with all the hundreds of little scrap pieces of paper, like your email and stuff. Now it's all on one pad of paper. I got all my stuff. I know where it all is now. They made me do it.
if the feds pull in your driveway, throw it in the fire real quick.
Now you say that. That's all funny you say that, because during all of this, and I got a screenshot to prove it, sent it to Bonnie and everybody. But when I all of a sudden got knocked off the internet, my signals were gone, but 3 new ones showed up. Guess what the 3 letters of those 3 different signals were?
Oh,
Yeah. All of them.
One of them is an F.
Yeah.
Yeah, one was an F, one was a D that ends with a D, and the other one was a C.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that funny how that happens?
Isn't that weird? I've never seen that in all my years. All of a sudden, boom.
People don't realize that YouTube is a CIA operation. I hope everybody understands that.
I do, and I don't care. So was Facebook was a facial recognition game that they were going to run.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't care. I got nothing to hide.
Hello, Nunya.
None yet. I was just talking about that video you did of the sky.
Yep. I'll have to go back and look at that.
Hey, Wingnut. It's been a while since I've seen Wingnut.
Anarchy Television. Good to see you.
Somebody brought me out some coffee.
Well,
And I made a pot.
Nice.
And they had mixed Folgers Classic Roast with a French roast. My coffee's got a really good zing to it now. I'm like, wow, I think I like this combination.
You know, I totally get that because all them flavored coffees are too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if you cut them with regular coffee, it's better.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I like the hazelnut flavored, but some of it's not so good.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about creamer. I'm talking about the coffee grounds themselves.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you can buy the hazelnut flavored coffee.
It's yeah, I can't. I've had people bring me out bottles of that hazelnut creamer, and I just could never. I just couldn't get it. I just couldn't get the taste. Yeah. Well, they just want to know if you're buying the right amount of tampons there, Benjamin. That's what they want to know. Are you getting your total allotment of tampons? If not, we're going to come knocking.
Never know when you'll have that guest that might need some.
Ooh, yeah. Turkish coffee is good too. It's a lot stronger coffee.
Oh no, T-Dog. No.
You're drinking Bud Light and wearing a dress? I'm not going to ask you what your shirt says today. All right? I'm not going to do it. I don't have to if I don't want to. Hoarding tampons could be a crime.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that toxic shock syndrome thing? When was that? That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Every so often I hear something about it, but not near what it was in the beginning. Just like everything else, something pops up and they got to give it another name and make everybody fear the.
Well, it's like climate change, and stuff like that. You think about climate change. It was there was a list that was put out that was that talked about all the way from the 1950s and the 60s, 70s, 80s, where the world is going to end in 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, or maybe it's a max 20 years. If that was true, we would not be here right now, guys. All right.
I was going to say, at this age, I can remember a few apocalypses. This is the longest one yet, for sure.
Yeah. In response to MS Motorsports, if you just go onto YouTube or go into the search bar, type in Hawks Mustard Seeds, and any channels that are still active will just pop up, and just click on them and subscribe, or just go on, watch a couple of videos, see if it's something that you're interested in watching, and then and go from there. So type in Hawks Mustard Seeds, and then go from there. So that's the easiest way to tell you. I know
so
that
you're running which ones now? Because the last I looked at my list, there was like 6 of them active of your channel.
Right now, 15 is active. I just forgot the password to it, and I can't remember what email I had for the clue to get my password back. Um, so,
Yeah.
so 15 is kind of like on the back burner for the moment. That is pretty much my uh, that's the one where I do my ministry stuff, prayathons and everything else. Um,
But
uh,
didn't they take down your videos with the birth of the dogs?
no, there's a few of those still up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are a few of those still up. But the ones where I was mixing in a lot of information at the same time pups were being born, those ones there are the ones that are that they put the kibosh on.
It's,
So, you know, um, you know, and this is the thing, guys. It's I'm not always 100% accurate or 100% correct, but I'm the first one to come back and tell you I made a mistake. You know, that's one of the reasons why I would bring and we know and X22 and SGT report and stuff like that. Was because of the fact that when they make a mistake, they come back and they tell you that they made a mistake. They apologize, and then they show where they made their mistake in the information that they were trying to get to you. Okay, they're respecting you as as a viewer, and understanding that you're already getting enough lies and BS from the government and from
yeah,
our mainstream media. They didn't want to be part of that as well. You know, and they were the first ones to get taken off of YouTube, and that's why I was like, whoa, wait a minute, you started censoring these guys right off the bat, and that's why I started making these channels, was to bring those guys back onto this platform, and then introduce people on how to locate them off of this platform so that you could continue to follow and continue to learn from them and gain the information that they're putting out there.
yeah,
And it was important for me to do that because I felt that they were unfairly censoring these guys. I was learning from them, at the same time that I was watching the boards being built, and stuff, and really following along and trying to research the best I could. Some things I would get right off the bat. Other things I had a little bit of harder time with understanding and everything. But the fact was that as I began to process everything, and I was listening to these guys, understanding how they were breaking it down. Dave Snedeker, he's another prime example for you. Uh, he's another one. He
yeah,
constantly getting censored off of YouTube, constantly getting censored off of Facebook. You know, it's if they're removing you from YouTube, you're telling the truth.
you're doing something right.
Yep.
Good
You
to
know,
Yeah,
see you, Art, man. Art
and,
Wildland, good to see you.
but if you
and
think about it, we have two agencies, two three-letter agencies that are doing everything that they can to take us off of YouTube every chance they get.
yeah,
Why? Because they are hip deep in the muck of it, and they are, more than likely uh, falling as we speak. You know, so
and anybody wants to know things about foraging or tanning hides or cooking outside, Ark Wildman has some good videos out there. If y'all ever get a chance to check him out.
yeah. And if you're a dude and you got no cooking skills, that guy, what is it, John?
Yes, John's Southern Adventures.
Oh,
Yep.
he is a cooking fool.
Yep.
He is a cooking fool. He's got some great recipes. Check
Southern.
him out. You know,
You
um,
know, John does that just because he likes to tease people, right?
well, it's teaching a man how to cook for themselves and cook good food. You know, um, you know, you might impress somebody with his recipes and get a girlfriend, maybe even a wife.
John, he's married.
No, I wasn't saying John get
Oh.
a girlfriend or a wife. I'm talking about all the other guys.
Oh, if any of the men,
Follow,
yes.
follow his example, and you might get a wife.
If I
No,
was
come
to
on. I
ever
thought
get
that
married,
guys just pretended to be bad cooks on purpose so a woman would want to take care of them and cook for them.
no, my husband really didn't know how to cook. If I was to ever get married again, that would be one of the requisitions.
My mom burned water regularly. Okay. I learned how to cook out of total necessity as a kid because
Yes.
my
Just
mom burned water. Okay. Um, I'm sorry. It's yeah. She.
well, I know how to cook. I just want somebody who can make me chicken soup when I'm sick
Yeah. Yeah.
instead of, hey, where's supper? Doesn't matter if you have 105 temperature.
Yeah.
I always thought it was a plus if they knew how to work a broom.
But you cook better when you're sick, Mom.
No. You don't know what's going to go in that pot.
Yeah. I remember the days. Some. You know.
Yep. And you don't.
I didn't get to live at home. You know. Most of my childhood. But when I did go home, when I got to go home on a weekend here and there and stuff like that, I could always count on there being eggs and bacon in the refrigerator. Bacon back then was really cheap. Um, and, I'd cook up a whole package of bacon and fry up a whole bunch of eggs and everything else. And I was like, oh, this is what bacon tastes like.
Yep.
I got to do a video, Hawk. I'm gonna have to do a video on how to cook bacon in a paper bag.
Yep.
I've seen that done in the oven.
I
You
can
know,
do it on a campfire. I was taught that when I was little. I don't see any videos of anybody doing it, so I'm gonna do a video of it.
yeah. Yeah.
And D Dog
You absorb
has
that grease.
videos of water bath canning and on an open fire. And those are really good videos too. And I got it wrong. It's John John's Southern Exposure, not Adventures.
Yeah, he changed it a couple times.
Thank you, Annie Jack.
How dare you correct the host?
No, it's.
30 lashes with a wet noodle for you.
I appreciate them dropping the links.
You know, and Annie Hatjack's one of those that doesn't get enough praise because he does do that for a lot of
One of
people.
the best.
He does.
Yes. Yep. All my music channels that I just love. And if you ever watch Conspiracy Music on Friday nights, he has so many different genres of music, musicians. They're awesome, so talented, and that's where I got a whole lot more new subs because each one I'm like, oh, and there's the one that I was talking about that I might play is Sylvia Racer, I think is her name, and she does Native American flute, and it's beautiful.
Auntie Hatjack, I read something about 20 years ago said that microwaving your food takes all the nutritional value out of it. And I quit using
Yep.
them back then. I haven't used the microwave in a long time.
Yep. I just have coffee in the microwave now because I'll make a pot in the morning. That way, I don't have to keep the pot on. I'll fill up my coffee cup. After I fill up my coffee cup, I go out and turn off the generator, and then if I want to nuke it, I just go out and start the generator for a couple minutes, and turn on the microwave, zap it, and that's it.
So, Sean, yeah, look at Devil Dog's backing you up.
And I can't wait to see what the Majestic 12 is, John Dunning.
It can cook all the nutrients it wants off of anything else as long as it doesn't take the caffeine out of my coffee. We're good to go.
Oh, cute.
Hey, there was I got to tell you, there was a time when I didn't have a lighter that I took a rolled joint and stuck it in the microwave for 3.5 minutes. I wet one end of it and the other end lit on fire.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what? Say it again.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, no, what? Sir, seriously, say that again. You did what?
I took a joint, and because I didn't have a working lighter, and I sure as hell didn't have any matches around, and I put the joint in the microwave to dry it after wetting one end of it, and I set it to 3 minutes, and when I came back, the end that I did not wet was burning, so I pulled it out and I smoked it. Not
30
kidding.
hoagie buns for somebody. You're going to be busy tonight, Kim, or in the morning. But thank you. Thank you for coming. Sean is busy
Good night, Kim.
typing up rebuttals. Awesome.
You know,
Sean,
growing up, the hoodlum that I was, I know a lot of ways to light a cigarette if I need to,
Oh,
without a lighter or matches.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I got some steel wool now and batteries.
That's one. Yep.
I need steel wool.
In the juvie, we used to take what we called popping. All right, you take a bread. You get first off, you'd be good for a couple of weeks, and you get to be a kitchen boy, and you start working in the kitchen so you can swipe a bread tie out of the kitchen, and then you take the little piece of your shoe, the rubber off your shoe, and hold that bread tie into an outlet and pop it. And you could light a cigarette like that. Don't ever do it to a 220. That's how I found out not to do it.
I love this chat.
One of the things I got in trouble for as a kid was I peed in an outlet until Sparks came out, and I thought it was cool, so I went and peed on another one.
You got kids? You got kids, Hawk?
Not anymore.
Because something like that will take that ability right away. I think that's why I ain't got no kids. Stuff like that. Peeing on electric fences and pitchforks.
Man, did I get my ass whooped. Oh, my Lord, did I get my ass whooped.
You're lucky that's all you got.
Oh, Lord.
Gives Board of Supervisors power to fire sheriffs bypassing the people.
They probably had to pull the drywall, didn't they? Because you ain't never getting that out.
That's not good.
That's because they don't want sheriffs, and this is the thing that people need to understand. The sheriffs are the law of the land.
Okay? Yes.
They're not admiralty, and they're not corporate owned. Where well, it's actually some of the sheriffs are corporate owned because of their donors and everything else, and them allowing themselves to be entrapped in that. But the majority of sheriffs in this country, they are the law of the land, not the law of the sea.
No, we don't want Newsom's anything.
How can they do that if you have an elected sheriff?
It's going to boil down to our community is too stupid to fight us.
Yeah, and that's where the communities are going to have to stand to defend their sheriffs.
Yep. And then when it comes time, the sheriff and the deputies need to defend you.
Yes. First, you vet your sheriff and make sure he's worth defending.
Yep. Exactly.
Brian Eagle's talking about using a magnifying glass. It took me a while, but you can actually use water in a Ziploc bag to magnify the sun and start a fire.
Yeah. We keep saying, don't California or Texas. When they all started moving here, and they're working on it.
Yeah.
Come up here, Sean.
They're trying to turn Texas into a bigger California.
Yep.
A dream panel would be something like Hawk, Sean Stryker, and Devil Dog. That would be like one of my dream panels right there.
Well, anytime those gentlemen want to do that, let me know.
Yeah. Just make sure I got internet and power.
Yes.
Because it's like I keep looking over at the modem, waiting for the damn light to go off.
That would be an easy one because I could just kick back and let y'all speak.
so used to not having internet now. When I get it, it's like, oh my god! It's like I just hit. It's like a California gold streak, you know.
Right?
I'm
Get
not.
all excited. Uh-oh. I swear, Dee lurks until she hears us bashing California, and then poof, there she is.
Hey, Dee.
We love you, Dee. You're not California.
Yeah, you're in the state of confusion.
What's up, V and D?
She's an implant.
Hey, Dee.
Just get on your pony and ride, girl. Get on your ride.
I love
Get
those
on your
ponies.
bad boy scooter and ride.
Looking for the link. Dee, you're wanting to come up?
You know, there. You know, I'll tell you. Even when I was stationed down at Los Polgas, down at Camp Pendleton, even while I was down at 29 Palms, Humboldt was never considered part of California. For so many years, it was like it was described to us as a totally separate country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just
Hippieville.
but it became a point where they the golden opportunities that the politicians began to see out of Humboldt and what Humboldt was creating, made them swallow them back up. You know, it was
Yeah. I think that start with Schwarzenegger, maybe.
Huh.
I don't know. I know Schwarzenegger made a mess of a lot of things.
It's funny, people tell me, "Oh, I'm going to sit down and watch one of his movies and everything else," and I'm like, I would never waste the time again.
Mm-mm.
Nope, I'm not into it.
When he said that our First Amendment rights mean nothing,
Yeah.
that was the end of him.
And what country
Sure
is
sounded like his grandfather there, didn't he, or his father?
Yeah. What country was he from?
Austria.
Austria. There she is.
Via the German Nazi Party.
Plus, you got to know that having a couple of miniature donkeys as pets is a sign too.
People,
What's going on?
nada matza. It just snowed again. This freaking winter won't die.
What hat you got on?
It won't
What
die.
hat you got on?
Salty Army, baby.
Okay.
Salty Army.
It's snowing in Michigan and California at the same time. There's something wrong.
Tell me
Yeah,
there's
it
not.
snowed.
Convince me there's nothing wrong here.
Oh, Red Dawn. That actually started before Reagan. That did actually start happening before Reagan. However, Reagan did do the most amount of damage in closures throughout the country.
Well, deinstitutionalization was a worldwide thing, and where it was different. It come to a close at different years in different places. Like it was finalized. It wasn't even finalized until like 2008 here in Michigan. Where all the mental institutions were closed and they were all put in programs to support them and such. So some of that's pretty recent.
Well, they basically what they did was they took the mental institutions down and turned everything over to the welfare and Social Security departments.
Yeah. Look up deinstitutionalization. That's a real thing. I've explored 4 abandoned mental hospitals, all the grounds, the tunnels, all the building stuff after they closed. But
Hey, Joseph.
And you notice that they don't reuse those buildings for anything.
Well, they did in Traverse City. They turned them into office buildings and stuff. Not all of them, but some of the buildings in Traverse City, they did do that.
There are just so many horrors in those, that went well beyond, the regular scope. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was a clear way of showing the extent in which the harm that was being done to patients was shown,
Hawk,
but
I've
Yeah.
literally
shown,
seen.
it was not shown in its what the full capacity of evil that was going on there and was being perpetrated on those people.
Yeah.
One thing that blew my mind was seeing human imprints worn in solid concrete from people being chained to the same wall all their lives.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joseph Greenwich.
They did a test on that. They they did that as a test and had one sitting there chained, one standing there chained. It was a test of if people really wanted freedom or would they come back to what they knew all their life.
Yep. Same thing with prisons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's if you go into prison as a teenager, more than likely you'll end up there a bunch of times as an adult. It's going to become the only comfortable and safe place that you actually think of. It's funny to think of it that way. That the only place that you feel safe is behind bars.
Nope, that's not it. Where'd it go?
Sundays. I don't know what a Sunday is anymore. Oh, see, now you just got me thinking totally banana split and everything else.
is
Now
not-
Jay is going to show up.
AB 1090.
Damn.
What's up, Phil?
Thank you, Sean. Yeah. I I always thought Ronald Reagan was a good person. I'm learning.
He tried to buck the establishment. He tried to do something about the swamp, but after they attempted his assassination, that was it. Hinckley was 100% C to the I to the A. Totally
So too.
totally MK Ultra. And he just got out of prison. It was his parole was approved.
That
I got-
started the Brady bill. That started a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I may be cutting out some, Sean, because I'm having trouble with my internet. I got it. 1090. Thank you.
And Sean, what you just said there, I always noticed that he was way different after that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, that was a long time ago. That was in the early 80s.
He was a great spokesman because of the fact of the training that he had as an actor. But what people need to realize is that 90% of your politicians are associated to the bar, and if they're associated to the bar, that means that they're also associated to the SAG, Screen Actors Guild.
Yep.
They're actors acting to make money.
Now you may wonder, was Trump ever in the Screen Actors Guild?
Well, of course he was, because of the fact that he had his own TV show.
I do remember. That's what I asked.
He mentioned central casting in his last speech too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He did.
I never
And a lot
watched
of
The
people don't
Apprentice or
understand the
nothing.
difference between casting and central casting. Central casting is
I
a
did
lot
it.
different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look up, you guys do some research and gain the knowledge of what central casting is. When you understand what central casting is, then at that point then you can understand how they perpetrate the false flags that they perpetrate all over the country all the time.
How do you bullet point it basically? Because somebody looked it up. Nora had me look it up, I think. And what would you say it is in your own words?
Well, the to me, central casting is um, it is the control mechanism for everybody from the Screen Actors Guild to the bar, to the courts, in the courts itself, as far as politicians and everything else. It's a control arm for all of them. You know, just like looking at Soros and all his DAs. It's like Soros is the central casting agent for all of those.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it is the control arm. If you are not doing what they say, you'll never get in another movie again.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, if you're operating under the bar, you're not legal under the Constitution. Is that
Well, the bar stands for British Attorney Registry or something.
No,
It's something to do with the British.
accredited registry.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was British though.
Yeah, it's and it's and basically the bar came in after 1871
Mm-hmm.
when the new Constitution was brought forward, and people were duped into believing that it was their original Constitution. It's not. You guys knock it off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah, they basically run the other side of the courtroom. If you're not walking in there with common law taking control of it, you'll be subject to the magistrate and the bar and all of that. You'll
Yep.
just be a victim of it.
Yep.
Most people are.
And you never agree to understand anything in the courtroom. So when the judge says, "Do you understand this?"
No,
No,
Your Honor.
no, I don't.
No, never say Your Honor either, do you? I could just see Devil Dog writing right now. Never say Your Honor.
no, sir, I don't.
Sir? I don't know. Do we say sir?
What do you say, white wig? But that's basically what they were. They were the white wigs.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not the people. They're not there to help you get justice.
Yep. No.
You're there to make money. That's
That's
what
it.
the whole. It's what you call
one
the
big
criminal
scam.
justice system.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, justice? No, not really.
The criminal system.
It is. It's terrible. It's awful what they've done. I mean, that type of slavery. It's on our ignorance too, really.
Yep.
And that's
Yeah.
what has to get called out more and more. That people
It's part that, but it's
No.
also been the deception. They fooled us. Oh, they've been
it's hard to set
hogwash
you
all
up,
along.
but yeah, they fool us in so many ways. It's like we got to be better on our game.
Mm-hmm.
We can't.
Follow
They
up.
need to open up all the dams in California and give the people of California back their water. Is what they need to do.
Mhm.
Yep.
Because that's BS. They're pumping more water into the ocean than and the population gets what, an eighth of what they pump out. Yeah, no, that's not fair to the people. That's
Trinity
God's water.
County, yeah,
That's
Trinity,
God's water
mhm,
for all man, not for the government.
right, the Commonwealth. Trinity County runs on hydropower, and when they cut that back over there by Shasta Dam and stuff, that affects that ability to be self-reliant, which a lot of people don't realize. It's clearly the attack in every area. They've made it where I hate to say they, like to be more specific, the federal government and the structure of society where we're not connected in our communities like we once were, like the Amish. That's a great blueprint to strive for. Not so extreme, obviously, but how connected they are. They've been able to do it in a lot of ways where
Yes.
they don't really need the government. And the natives, I mean, they're not really the best example for that. They're too partnered with the government at this point.
Because the government
Well,
has control over them.
And this
Not
is the thing is, there was a group of people here before the natives were here.
Mhm.
Okay, because if you go through native history, and you go to each of the tribes, you talk to the elders and everything else. You can get more information than you could imagine. But there were people here before the Native Americans were here, and then there were
Well,
here.
there's archaeological evidence for that too.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're finding pyramids in the United States
Yes.
that are thousands and thousands of years old.
Cahokia. They're earthen, but they're still massive. There's an entire city complex here when Columbus, discovered. You might ask, there was a city complex here called Cahokia.
You know what
And
really pissed people off is
Mm.
if they found out that the rapture already happened and that Revelations already happened,
Wow.
and we're in a whole new Bible.
yeah.
Wouldn't that piss some people off?
I can imagine some that would get really irate. Yes.
Oh yeah. Christ already came back and took everybody he's going to take. You know, I had somebody send me a message with that the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I have neighbors telling me the millennium already happened too, or that we're in it, because all that stuff with Nero and everything, that was the whole tribulation. And I'm like, what? I just,
Oh no.
I'm striving not to worry too much about what other people believe as much anymore, because I think that's a lot of what they want us to focus on. That's why we're so divided. It sucks.
There's a form
Oh
of
yeah,
division.
I had somebody with the audacity to send me a video claiming that Judas is the one who was crucified. He took Jesus's place, and that Jesus's bloodline is still walking.
Oh
the
wow.
I've heard that same theory. Red Dawn, I saw where DeSantis lost his funding, dashing his hopes of running altogether.
What?
Okay, I got one for you.
Found out this?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Saudi Arabia bought 14,000 acres of U.S. farmland.
Cool.
No, not cool.
I'm kidding. No. Try not to swear.
I wonder if they bought it with gold or if they bought it with the U.S. dollar.
I got a question for Huck. If you have ever heard of philosophy, I got hit with this last week by a new friend, and it was Good Friday, Easter weekend. We were at church. I met her at church, and then I invited her to dinner with my family, and then she starts to tell my family and me about how she believes in Jesus, but she thinks that Jesus came to save us from the God Yahweh, and that not that he is God Yahweh, right? And I'm like, I'd rather just really shelf this one for this weekend. It's Good Friday. We just met at church, and I really don't want to get into this right now. You know what I mean? But she was very adamant, and it was like this video that she watched from some guy and his interpretation, and perhaps someone here has ever maybe know what she's talking about. But I told her she asked me if I would watch this video. I said, well, how long is it? She said, it's an hour. I said, no, probably not, because I'm not really interested in it. And and then she almost started to
pretty
cry.
much saying that the true name of the Messiah has been hidden from her, right?
She's saying that Jesus came to save us from that God Yahweh. She doesn't believe he could be God, because two specific examples. One was when that man was struck who tried to save the Ark of the Covenant when it was falling, and he was killed. And then some other specific thing, right? And I can't remember what it was, but it was something along those. It wasn't even anything that.
Yeah, I get a bunch of obscure things sent to me all the time.
Yeah, it's like, it's another new. I told her no.
However, there was a. So basically, when Christ was on the cross, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
However, those that were in the temple, as the temple began to crumble because of the great quake that happened that day, okay, there was no sense of repentance, and that at that point there that they began worshiping something else.
Makes
You know,
sense.
but at the same time, Jesus kept telling them, you know, my Father requires mercy, not sacrifice.
Right.
You know,
Hmm.
sacrifice, in Abraham's time was to prove devotion to the Creator.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Um, but the laws of Moses put such a structure on, onto the into the Jewish community that their Sanhedrin was was acting more evil even than Rome was.
Yep.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, uh, and it was, and Christ came to change that.
Right. Hmm.
To
Right.
show
In a
people.
way, right. In a way, he did save us from the just God's wrath. Is how I would
Yeah.
see that.
Well, think of it like this. Our Creator cried twice.
Hmm.
Okay. Once was when His chosen people chose to crucify Him,
Hmm.
and the second was the day that He walked out of the grave through resurrection,
Lazarus.
and God realized in that instant that He had won,
Mm-hmm.
because everybody on the planet now had the ability to repent and sit at His table. God wants His table full. Doesn't
Yes.
want it half full, doesn't want it a quarter full. He wants it full. He wants everyone at His table.
Hmm.
But you can't get there unless you repent.
Now I'm thinking of that song "Redeemed."
Yeah. No, don't even think about jumping up on me. Nope, no, no. You're soaking wet. Go on.
Well, we
It
had
ain't
a
happening.
bad lightning and thunderstorm. I got some good lightning though on
Wait a
video.
minute. Wait a minute. Go back. Turn the camera on, then jump on.
No,
Yep.
no,
Gabriel's not white anymore.
no. Gabriel is, he's actually still outside.
Oh.
And you guys know that Juan's not with us anymore, right?
No, what happened to him?
He chased a burglar
Oh,
about a
oh
quarter
no,
mile up the highway, and
oh
then the burglar
no.
crossed the highway, and Juan was going after him still,
Oh
and
no.
got hit. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
so sorry.
Oh,
So
freaking-
it was very quick, and he did not suffer at
Terrible.
all.
oh, how awful.
Yep. They were
So
here.
what were they trying to burgle? You
They,
or the neighbors, or what was going
no,
on there?
they had broke out a whole big section of my wooden panel fence, and they were stealing propane and propane heaters.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
So there is a homeless encampment right on the other side of the creek, on a piece of land that had belonged to a group of Koreans that came in that were actually trafficking people through the farm,
Right.
through their
Wow.
farm. Yeah, and so when the feds came in and arrested all the Korean people, they left all of those people there.
Wow.
And others have since joined them. So there is an entire homeless encampment over there. But
Shit.
instead of having tents all over the property and everything, they emptied out all the greenhouse structures and garages that they built over there, and that's what everybody's living in. So, and they have toiletries and everything else. There are a couple of tents down on the creek.
Mm-hmm.
They have a washing machine and a generator set up on the creek.
And they got
Sounds pretty
propane heaters.
organized.
Right.
Oh yeah, I had to send the sheriff down there because I went and turned on the water, which
Oh
comes up
my
from the creek,
gosh.
and I had soap suds coming up in my water.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
Mm.
Sorry, Awaken Crew.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's these times are creating this chaos for everybody. It's affecting us all. Even if
Yes.
you work hard and you're, I'm tired of this crime crap and these people that sit up in these positions of our county while it gets worse. They want to bring more people to Humboldt. We barely have decent health care for us here or enough. There's 3 roads, you can't even go west anymore. The ocean's there.
Yeah.
It's just very landlocked, and it's because the university's here, and they want to push out more of their little puppets, more of their little Zucker fucks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just sick of
No,
it.
you're speaking honest. There ain't nothing wrong with doing that. You
Yep.
know, that's where we have to stop curbing our tongues.
Well, Miss
I mean, there's a
Bonnie,
certain
Miss
point where
Bonnie,
there's
she's
a
a
certain
lady.
point where we don't want to take down channels. I get that.
For sure,
Okay.
for sure.
But
I-
when it comes down to the reality of it all, we need to stop curbing our tongues.
You
Yes.
know me.
Because the only way to wake people up is
You
to tell
know
the truth.
me.
My ticker only has one thing that I request you don't say, and it's CD. That's all.
I know.
I understand the frustration. I understand the cursing. I understand the
Don't want to do it, I want to keep it happy. Say
Yes.
happy birthday to our girl, all for his kingdom.
yes, we did.
Birthday today. Oh, did you? Okay.
What do you mean, same birthday as who?
I said, all for his kingdom. It's her birthday today.
Happy
guess-
birthday to you.
There
Happy
you go.
birthday to you.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
please. Yes, keep going.
Happy birthday to you.
I thought you said she had the same birthday, and I was
Oh,
going to say, as who?
No. Nope.
Thank you, Hawk, for singing that.
Yeah.
I can't sing.
Well, you sound better than. It's been a while since I seen you, Hawk. And are you doing better? Are you able
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
my building that I'm generally sitting in when I'm doing podcasts, we had
Yeah.
4 inches of water in here at one point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's
Crazy.
pretty much how bad we flooded. I had to take a whole bunch of the insulation off the walls and replace it because it was man, insulation just sucks up that water.
Oh, then it's
Man, I thought sponges sucked up water. This stuff sucked up water real bad, and I sure as hell was not going to have it go to mold.
right?
Just,
No,
you
no
can't do
way.
it. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was.
Hell no. You already dealt with that before.
Yeah. Well, and I had pumps going then. I didn't have pumps going this time, so it was.
My sister is
You can
property.
take hydrogen peroxide, put it in a spray bottle, spray that on mold. That stuff kills that dead right on the spot. That works so good.
What? What does?
You can hydrogen peroxide. Take regular old hydrogen peroxide, put it in a spray bottle, and spray it on that mold. It kills it dead.
Yeah. Yeah, there's there's different levels of hydrogen peroxide, just like there's different levels of alcohol. There is one particular type of medical grade hydrogen peroxide that is super. I mean, you pour it on your skin, it would start eating your skin off your bone. That kills and eats mold completely off of the walls, floors, ceilings, everything. But you have to be, you pretty much have to be in a rubber suit to use it. So the stuff that he's talking about is that the brown bottle that you can buy in your local drugstore.
You don't want to breathe that high grade stuff either.
Yeah.
No, that's. I think mine's like 5%, point something. It's the one you can get in any store.
Yeah.
And then I have a food grade also that I use for skin. It hydrates your skin and.
Yeah, it's like 15% or something like that.
The food grade, yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna look.
There's a product that we use in the commercial cleaning made by Spartan, and California, everything's green. Spartan's supposedly green, but it's called PeroxyClean, and it's 99% hydrogen peroxide, and we use that a lot.
Yep. and you got to be careful using it.
Yeah.
So,
We buy it by the 55-gallon drum, and our people make it up, but they know the ratio and the solutions and
yeah.
stuff.
Well, you take some of that raw and pour it into your still,
Mm.
and
Oh,
you know,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
and then
wow.
slosh it around.
Uh-huh.
Get a pair of tongs and a sponge.
Mm-hmm.
Scrub the inside of your still with that, and
Yeah.
then you dump it out. Make sure that it's completely drained off so that no animals could walk up to it and attempt to drink it or anything like that. And
Yeah.
then rinse it out with super, super hot water. Run water through it for like a half an hour to make sure you got all of it out of there, and you will have the cleanest still around.
Nice.
Either that or I do it with 200, with 200 per, moonshine.
That
You know,
sounds easier.
yeah.
Half an hour. Why? I don't want to do anything for half an hour.
No, I just, you know,
You run it
yeah,
clean that way.
yep.
Yeah.
I turn it on and
Uh-huh.
I fill it up with boiling water and then I crank it on. And instead of it,
Oh, I got you.
having
All right.
vapors go through my cycle,
Mm-hmm.
I just go back after 30 minutes, unplug it, dump it out, and then I'm ready to, make more batches
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. As a matter of
Gotcha.
fact, I got to make some tomorrow. I got it
Yeah,
in
I
there.
met this girl. She gave me a jar of stuff. She calls it Phoenix Tears, and my friend Justin told me that was an original.
That's the original name of Rick Simpson's oil.
Yeah,
Phoenix
and it
Tears.
has 3,200 milligrams of RSO in it. And she makes, tinctures, and she puts RSO in her salve. She told me a great way that she evaporates her alcohol out. I meant to tell Chuck this. I'll have to tell him.
I want
But
to hear.
she plugs an electric skillet in, and she takes a long glass casserole pan, and then after you separate the herb out, and you just have the water or the alcohol and your mixture, right? After you've set it, and then you're
Mm-hmm.
dehydrating it now, and she hovers it over the electric skillet. She doesn't set it on it, but she hovers it over until it evaporates. I don't know how long it takes, but and then
Goodness.
it's in a type of form where she finds it's easier to measure. She likes it because it's less prone to mold and stuff, and she can diet. She can better measure, right, her dosage is what it is, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like a caramel, I think, like a hard caramel. And her stuff is really powerful. I mean, she gave me it. It tastes delicious. I really liked it. Um, she does a lot of different kind of medicines, but she's just um, it's hard to talk with her. I think she maybe microdoses too much. I don't know. I don't know. So it just we always get into these really like
I microdose mushroom.
confusing, where it's like she needs a plan and she needs it in this and that. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, whatever. It's just weird.
I'm one of those planners. And all for his kingdom, you're fine, hun. Thank you.
So what
And
happened to your Presti?
Hmm?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
the one that you can get in any store, hydrogen peroxide, is 3%
Yeah.
USP, and also the food grade is 3% USP solution.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have another question for you, Hawk. So I didn't need a rosin press, but these guys sold me one because they had it marked for almost $500.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I don't need one, And I was at the pawn shop, and he's like, well, I said I was kind of looking for one, but I was thinking smaller, cheaper, right? And
Yeah.
he's like, well, what were you thinking? I was like, well, I was thinking 100 and 200, but I know they're crap too, So anyway, so this one he sold me is called Rosin by Show, SHO, and it has a like a crank. Have you ever seen those? It has like a big old gear handle that just goes up and down
Yeah.
on the right, and it has a dial. Okay, so my son and I used it 3 times, and it worked okay. And then the last time my son released the press, it I went to go to crank it again. It didn't seem like it was working. And I went to move the dial, and he didn't tell me I shouldn't ever undo it all the way.
Yeah.
And so I did. And then all this oil starts coming out. Then a ball bearing comes out. I'm like, freaking great.
Mm.
Yeah, that is that's a hydraulic fluid that's in there.
Mhm.
So without hydraulic fluid in there, that press won't work.
Well, don't I need to bleed the lines or something now too?
Yeah,
that I've
you
got
need
all
to-
kind
you
of
got-
air in it.
You need to bleed
Is
the
it-
Yeah,
line.
but you probably got to replace the seal.
Yep. I was going to get there. So you got to first thing you got to do is finish draining out all the hydraulic fluid that's in there.
Mhm.
Then you got to clean it out, and then you refill it with hydraulic fluid. Put a new seal on there, and then put the dial back on.
What kind of seal? Like a replacement part I get from their.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It's
but
their
put
website
your
and
eyes on it.
Yeah,
Maybe you could take that seal out and look at it before you order a new one, though.
Yeah.
I need to find somebody that knows what they're doing. I don't really want to mess with it. I didn't really need it, but he sold it to me for $200, and I was like, okay, well,
Yeah,
that
but
was
Dean-
kind of cool.
out of it. That was the most
Dean-
expensive high you ever paid for, right
My
there.
gosh, we didn't even get enough rosin out of the damn thing. What, Carl?
It ain't that big a deal. You can go any of these, local tractor places that'll deal in the hydraulics for, backhoes and front loaders and all that stuff. They're going to have that seal. You
Yeah.
just got to know which one it is.
What you doing under there? Come on out of there. Is that you under there?
I'm
Or
gonna
even
hire-
take it with you.
well, yeah.
Come on out of there.
That's what I mean. You
It
take
weighs
that seal out.
so heavy, Bonnie. This thing weighs a ton.
Oh.
About back
Well,
right in. It's
you
40
doing?
pounds, I think.
Once you get it fixed, sell it.
Oh no! Once I get it fixed, I'm in the business of dabs.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you didn't want it.
You only crawl
Dee,
under
I wanted.
Gabriel caught you doing it. Mm-hmm. So
When
what are you
you
doing?
get that fixed, Dee, I got an idea. I'll
What?
call it weed coin. Take a gram of weed and press it down into a disc, all right? And then wrap it with foil like chocolate coins. We could have our own currency.
Oh,
There you go.
thank you, all First Kingdom. I would have totally forgotten, been annoyed. I've been wanting to catch Hawk on that one because it is fixable, though, right? Like I didn't destroy this thing for
Yeah,
good.
if you go to their website, they have replacement parts.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, he should have told me, just don't turn the dial all the way. Duh. I told him I didn't know how to use it. It's really
Did
whatever.
it come with an instruction manual?
Hell no. It didn't come with anything.
Yeah, if you go to
I
their
can't believe YouTube doesn't have a instruction thing on YouTube how to use it.
Well, that I did find after we tried to use it. I did find a good video on how to really use it, but not repair it. As the thing.
Well, yeah, I was just getting ready to say there's probably a video out there on how to repair it if you can find it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I just don't
But
wanna
like
do it.
Hawk said, go to the website and it should have a manual
They
for
should
you
have
to
links
use
to everything. Between the
Yeah.
manual, replacement
the
part,
fonts. Yes.
maybe instructional videos on how to repair.
Oh yeah.
Hydraulic fluid, things like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it.
Sorry, I'm scooching around on the floor right now with a towel. Up this water that these dogs just brought in here.
The Med Bath gang.
No, it's a mess.
So what?
Dogs
Taylor,
look so.
live? I don't see the kitty cat. She's not going live tonight. It's
I
Monday.
don't think so. I didn't see any notice.
I don't know.
But dogs look so happy when they're rolling around in mud.
Yeah.
Oh, Nemo, he wants to see those doggies so bad. He loves those doggies.
Can you not have the cameras, right, Carl? For viewing.
What was that, Bonnie?
the cameras may not be set right for viewing.
Oh no, I wasn't giving them.
Yeah, I know mine aren't.
Yeah.
Not only that, but the dogs are all pretty much out of view right now. They came in soaking wet, got my whole area all soaking wet, and then went and laid down in the dry area, which is now soaking wet.
How else are
That
they
sounds
going to
right.
dry off
Huh?
if they don't rub up on you? How are they going to dry off?
No. And the thing is I have my
Oh,
I
no.
have my water gear on right now because I was out working before I sat down and cooking dinner on the grill outside in the rain, and I still got my rain pants on and everything else. So rubbing up against me ain't gonna do them any good. Yeah.
Hey, Mary.
But you
So
got
I can
some
show
meat.
him. I'm keep you in my prayers.
That's
I know that's hard.
what'd you barbecue up, Hawk?
I just made a couple of cheeseburgers and then I had the deep fryer going in the kitchen building. So I made hot dogs or hamburgers and French fries for dinner.
Oh, damn. That's
Yeah.
good.
Hawk, I don't know if you saw it, but Cindy came up on panel. And
What?
she was
When?
just in tears. Not Cindy Stevens. Cindy, is it Lyons?
Mm.
She just got a pup, and
Oh,
she was,
Cindy Loon.
yes, and she was just in tears. She was so thankful. She was hoping to see you that night to
Yeah,
thank you some more.
she's a sweetheart. She brought me some ribeyes and stuff. I hadn't had a steak in a while, and she brought me a bag of ribeye steaks and brought
Wow.
me some
Awesome.
burritos that she made and stuff. And that was awesome. It was great. It was really actually it was really good timing. I was kind
Well,
of
who did she want you to kill?
she brought Esther, the female that she got from me a couple of years back. She brought Esther down to
Oh.
breed her,
Oh,
and
nice.
but all the males were like trying to get to her, and Esther just
Such
wasn't having it.
dogs that they are.
So
Dogs.
I sent her home with a puppy that can grow up and breed with Esther. So she got one of the pure whites. So
Yep.
And
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember
yep.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, and she was holding it up at the camera. She was just.
Yeah. She saw the mess here. She saw the
She
blood.
is in love.
You know, and she was kind of worried about me when she left because it was like I said. I had so much water down here. It was ridiculous. And
Goodness.
honestly, um, I thank the Creator for being here for me because I have no idea how I would have made it without him. So
Yep.
I do too. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lord.
He provides at just the right time. Always. And Mary, happy early birthday to you. If I didn't see you before again.
Yeah, I think I have right now 4 and 9, 13. I have 13 pups here right now. So they'll go quick. They'll go quick, and then that's it until the end of fall. So
Wow.
by then I'll be all moved and everything, and even then it's going to be limited to one female having pups at a time, not 2 or 3 that I have to.
Yeah.
It's taking care of that many puppies it's a lot of work. It really is.
It is.
Yeah. But it was like, the biggest surprise that most people get is how well these dogs are about going outside to go to the bathroom. That's the biggest thing. The
Yes.
puppies know they need to go outside to go to the bathroom. And that's that's the biggest thing is if you can get people through that stage, if you can get a pup through that stage and people bring them home and they don't have to worry about cleaning up a whole lot of messes in their house and stuff like that, then, that's it makes it so much easier to be able to rehome a dog.
Yes.
It really does. So, Um, but I give a lot of pups away. You know, and it boils down to good, loving people
We
with
know. We've
a
seen
fenced,
it.
with a fenced-in yard, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and the ability to buy the right food so that the dogs are growing right. It's one thing to just go and buy, a bag of food for adult dogs. It's another thing when you're shopping for a puppy. You want to make sure that the things that you're giving the puppy are exactly what that puppy needs in order to build the best bones, the best muscle, the best, nerve and joint development, and brain development. That's the other thing is, proper brain development.
Yep.
Um, Puppies should not be getting stoned. You know, um,
You'd think that
Yeah.
burglars would be good for them.
yeah, yeah. Well, we always need bones. We always need bones. So
Well, they need to just be ready to have a
yeah,
newborn baby because it's just like raising a child.
yeah, yeah. The difference is their diaper is the floor.
Yep.
But I train them on cardboard, not newspaper, not paper, cardboard.
Hmm.
You know,
I've known a few German Shepherds, and I'll tell you what, they do not want to do anything like that in the house. They want outside. They'll hold it
No.
for as
Yep.
long
That's right.
as they
That's so
possibly can before they have an accident indoors.
there's an old saying: "Don't shit where you eat."
Yep.
Okay, where do you think that came from? That did not come from humans. That came from animals.
Yeah,
You
it's like,
know,
the only way you can tell a coyote den from a fox den is a coyote den. There's going to be pieces of animals and garbage and shit and all kind of stuff outside. A fox den will be perfectly clean outside anyway.
yep, yep, that is true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, she had said that it was potty trained and she was grateful for that too.
Oh, heck yeah. That's a
If it-
bonus. Very good
yeah,
bonus.
especially when you're older. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Yes.
trying to clean up a mess and everything else as you're aging in life. That's not something you want to have to deal with all the time.
Yes. It's hard enough to touch our toes.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, and having all those dogs too for you, battling your health. You don't have any help? Are you wanting help or what's going on? You're
No,
not,
this
you
place
know,
is shut down. We're completely shut down.
right.
I'm just waiting
You're
on the
waiting
move.
to move. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
that's it.
Are there any bites on the property or what's going on? Anything?
The
Got somebody?
property's already been sold, but the new owners have not come.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's because of the fact that I arranged the sale for them to buy this place, and they don't want to pay me the 30 grand that they promised me. So I
Oh,
think they're going to wait until the day after I leave here to finally show up.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. So
That would be lame.
yeah, but that's all right. That's all right. Sometimes you got to shed the old in order to make room for the new.
Hmm.
So, and it's not all about money. It's all about what
No.
we can do for our fellow man. So, I'm okay with that.
You're gonna get ready to boogie when the weather gets better, or
Oh yeah,
aren't you
yeah.
moving?
Hopefully within the next month.
Oh wow, good, good. Do
Yeah,
you have help for that?
yeah.
Do you have help
You're
for your move?
the okay. So she was a blue tick healer, and they are already they live about 7 or 8 miles away from me over in Dallas. They have a whole they have a whole big place all to themselves now. So yeah, they were staying in a hotel, and the hotel was not going to let her have her pups there. So they asked if they could bring her out here, and she had her pups here, and they were here for about 2 weeks, and then they were gone.
Yeah.
So I was going to keep one of the pups though, but and at the last
Those are
minute I
smart.
decided not. Huh?
Those are smart dogs.
Yeah, I just didn't want interbreed mixing.
Right.
And these boys, as soon as that girl was big enough, they boys be all over them. They're the horn dogs of the Wild Wild West, aren't you? Yeah. Don't look at me like that, Scout. And it's funny, anytime Scout gets into trouble outside,
Yeah.
Gabriel's the one to chastise him, and and so now when Scout realizes that he did something wrong before Gabriel can get to him, he comes in and hides underneath the desk.
I seen him in one of those videos. You were walking, and Gabriel was controlling him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's they're a handful. They're a handful, and then some. But they're good dogs. It's cool when I pull my cot out. At night when I'm ready for bed, I pull my cot out and roll out my bedroll and everything on it. Once I put my butt on that cot, I am completely surrounded by the dogs. I can't swing a leg off of the cot without telling somebody to move so I can put my foot on the floor. So and I have to. I put my slippers. I put them, up on the desk so that I can reach over, grab my slippers because I ain't stepping down barefoot. I know better than that with all this water and and everything that the dogs track in. It's a mess.
Yeah. Man, it snowed here like half an hour ago after the thunder and lightning, and I thought it was like raining. It wasn't hail, it was like snow for 5 minutes. This winter just does not want to die over here.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
I don't know. I was,
April.
I think it's awesome you guys are getting snow again. I mean, because you really weren't getting any snow from the
Yeah,
late 1940s
true.
from the late 1940s until now.
I mean, that's true. But, I am a summer girl. That's all I'm saying. Summer girl.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nora was here, our friend in chat. I don't know if I haven't seen her today, but she loved all the dogs and pets, and she's not really a dog person, she told me, but she had somebody in front of her on the highway threw a dog out in a bag. She didn't know. She thought it was just garbage or something at first, and then all of a sudden all these cars like stopped and spread around, and she got out and went and got it, and now it's her dog. It's a German Shepherd, and
in a really high priced purse bag. I saw that in the news.
No, it was a garbage bag.
Oh, okay.
In Washington or somewhere, but she had a great time and we had a lot of fun. It was really good. Yeah. Dogs are great. I can't imagine not having dogs. At least I've had 3 dogs since I was like 21, I think. I've always had one. I got a cat who's trying to open the door right now. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, Lisa Parker.
Oh.
I've had dogs all my life. I just haven't had one recently because I'm not in a position to have a dog right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to buy kibble any much more for my animals. I seen that the wild dogs in India live 3 times longer than American pets because they wouldn't even eat this shit that we buy our animals.
Right.
They'd rather they can choose what they want to eat more. Is what was the point.
It was literally about 20 years ago. I started seeing news stories about treats and dog ingredients that come from China that are being recalled for this or that reason. That stuff's been going on for a long time. I think they give Americans they give their pet food is compromised. I really do.
Yeah.
Time to run in and grab another bag.
Oh, right on. Let's see. We had 2 Great Danes when I was young. Those are good dogs too.
Great Danes. Cats rule, dogs rule. Cats look at no, dogs look at you and say, "You're my God," and cats look at you and know they are God.
Yeah.
Snooty cats. I don't do litter boxes though. They gotta do their business outside. I've not done that except for maybe when we've got a kitty, you know, for a little bit, and I'll put
With all
dirt
the
in it.
wolves, coyotes, and everything else around here, I wouldn't let a cat outside.
No.
Yeah.
We had this Great Dane. It was named Nina in the 70s. She was pitch black with a little white star on her chest. But this is up near Traverse City, Michigan. She'd disappear for 2 weeks at a time, and she'd be seen in counties all around us running with packs of deer. Not after the deer, running with the packs of deer. And after 2 weeks of running, she'd come home, like she knew right where it was. This dog was nuts. She made the newspaper up there for running with packs of deer. Big old black Great Dane having the time of his life.
Hmm.
And that song that you were talking about earlier, Carl, the link for that is in the private chat. Troglodyte.
Yeah. Give it to me.
I dropped it in the private chat there.
Bertha. Bertha. Bud.
Hey, Lisa.
Never let a cat outside anywhere. All my cats are they go in and out. I had a cat for 20 years up here. My dogs ain't letting get to my cats.
I had a 18-year-old cat too, dude. From a kitten, all its life.
It's gonna be interesting getting to the ranch and then seeing how the dogs are around chickens.
That's another thing. We had, like I said, we had 2 Great Danes. The Harlequin, which is like a spotted, multicolored Great Dane.
Yeah.
We call him a Harlequin. This thing we had chickens. We had like 100 chickens at a time at any given time. This Great Dane, he wasn't like his mama. His mama was super smart. He was like, duh, he was like one of those just goofy dudes. But he would, in the morning, if he allowed him, he would pick a chicken out of the coop. The chicken wouldn't even fight it, and he would carry that chicken around all day long in his mouth. It would be a soaking, frothing mess when he let it go, but it would be unharmed. And the chickens didn't even fight it, man. They just let this Great Dane carry chickens around all day.
How'd you get so brown? How'd you get so brown?
I hate to tell you, Hawk, but I gave up chickens for my German Shepherds because they don't really go too well. At least they didn't around my property.
I'm gonna have a double fence.
Oh my gosh! I came home to 2 entire broods dead on my front lawn twice. Rounded them up, put them on the ATV, rode them down the way. Back into the circle of life you go.
Yeah, it's funny. We had a Great Dane in the 70s too. His name was Zipper.
Zipper.
Yep. He used to have a long tail until I slammed the door.
Ooh.
Going in my bedroom, upset as a little 5-year-old boy. I slammed the door and they had to cut his tail off.
Oh shit.
Yes. You just remind me of something Lance did. That big goofy male I was talking about. He was sitting in the house. We were all sitting there in the living room, and a new male person he'd never seen before, steps up onto the deck. And when Lance looked up and saw somebody there, he didn't know the regular male guy. He just never saw the guy before. He went off, and he went right through a sliding glass door. And I mean, he cut himself up all over the place. But that new male guy was on the roof, begging to get that dog away. That dude went right up the railing, right up to the roof, and was sitting up on the roof screaming for somebody to help him. That big old Great Dane bleeding all over the place trying to eat that guy.
Yeah, Jack. That song that I was going to play tonight, I put the link in the chat, and
You gonna play it?
very soothing, calming. Well, I don't know. Now Antioch Jack dropped something. Got to see what's up.
Yeah, now I want to go and find that picture of you with the Great Danes. I got some pictures.
What's up? Oops.
Yeah,
Volume
now I
go
want to go
down.
and find that picture of you with the Great
Sorry,
Danes. I
y'all.
got some pictures.
There we go.
I just heard somebody that sounded a lot like me.
Yeah, you did. Oh, thank you, Antioch Jack. That's a live that'll be in 18 hours. Live drum stream. Oh, is that Mr. Smith? I wonder. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting all crazy about this music.
Was that when you were in Detroit, Hog, back
Yep.
then when you had
Yep.
that Great Dane?
Yeah, 924 East 2nd Street. That's where we lived then. It's funny, I can remember that address.
I can remember all those addresses and phone numbers from the 70s.
Mm-mm.
And then when we lived in Salt Lake, we lived over 4572 4572 1400 East, which was about 2.5 blocks away from St. Mark's Hospital.
Yeah.
What was the last year
If
you
you
were there?
guys get the chance to watch a movie called The Jesus Revolution, it's really good.
I've seen it. Did you see do you know about the real Lonnie story and all that?
The Lonnie story?
The guy, the person that they're in the Jesus Revolution, the guy who plays Jesus in The Chosen, right? That guy was a real guy. His name was Lonnie something, and that movie is based on a real story. All those are real people.
Well, because the young guy is Greg Laurie, who is Pastor Greg Laurie that I used to play on my channel.
I love Greg Laurie. Did you know that one chick, Madeline Merkel, or I don't know her name, but she was accusing him and Chuck Smith of trafficking?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear that?
Yeah.
She never seemed credible to me, even before she said that. And then I was just like, what? That seemed ludicrous.
Madison Marquette or something like that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that seemed ludicrous to me because I've been involved in Calvary Chapel since I've been saved. I went to a couples retreat with Mike McIntosh and all those guys, John Corson. I've been to Applegate. My mom was baptized up there in Oregon, and so was my daughter at the Applegate Christian Fellowship. And I heard some things about that fellowship that happened too, but these are all just men. These are all just people, and can't forget that. But as far not trafficking, but as far as something that wasn't good that happened there. But rumors, so I don't spread them.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah,
but I've looked
exactly.
for some stuff. Sure.
We won't know until this is all over.
Mm-hmm.
As to but we do know that there is a lot of evil inside of churches.
Oh yeah.
It's beginning to understand and recognize where that evil is, exposing it, and then cleaning it out, and then getting back to our Creator. And that's basically what we have to do. Being stuck in the muck and the mire, and questioning. It's basically seeing is believing, and that's why that particular board kept saying over and over again, sometimes you have to show the people. You have to show them in order for people to believe it. And when that happens, then we'll understand the extent of it. We'll understand who's involved and who's not. In the meantime, we just what we know and what we believe, and what the Spirit tells us is the truth. Because that's part of our internal instinct, is the Spirit that is within us is telling us whether it's the truth or not. And we just have to, we have to wait for that clarification.
I don't know. I got a pretty good idea, but I can say this much: out of around 20 or more churches that I've attended since I was a kid, out of curiosity, usually on my own. Sometimes I get a girlfriend or something, but Lutheran, Baptist, Catholic, whatever it is, I've attended a lot of churches, and I've never felt like I fit in. In fact, there's more than one of them where I felt literally unwelcome, or like I was being eyed and judged the whole time I was there.
Yeah.
I've never.
That's not a true church.
This platform right here. One of the reasons I'm still here, is because of even like your channel, Bonnie's channel, a lot of people, Indy's, a lot of people. That's the most comfortable I've ever felt talking about religion or learning about religion. It's on a whole different level to me. I like it here better, way better.
Well, and that's because I think, and Hawk, I am so sorry. I was not laughing at your story, Annie, at Jack telling me it's not optional. That just made me laugh. But I understand what you're saying, Carl, because I've been to numerous, every, and just different things. It just never seemed to work out for whatever reason. And so in studying at home on my own or with my friend, I have a high school friend that we still are very close in contact. She's lives close by and everything. And we do it together. And it's like, in doing that and in studying on my own and in praying and being sick and watching the changes in me have been, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, I know I'm at a whole new level now. And so I think that the preaching that is done when you're just taking, it's like they try to make it,
they make you visualize hell regularly, and they're not talking about the goodness of the world.
Yes, they're making the story into their own for you to leave with or whatever. And in doing it the way I've been doing it is more nurturing, more the channel.
Bonnie, I can't remember who said it, but somebody told me when I was really young that it was important for everyone to read the Bible on their own and get what it's telling you as an individual. Like, whereas you could read one verse, I could read one verse, Hawk could read one verse, and we can all get something different from the meanings of it.
Yep.
It's like, so the book being what they call the living word, if you're reading it and you're getting something, from it yourself, that's like a natural process. If somebody's up on the stage in front of you telling you what that means, that's a totally different thing.
Well, see, and that's what used to happen in the Bible studies in church too. They would go around, okay, what does this verse mean to you? And then you would feel foolish if you said what you felt it meant, because then they would be like, where do you get that? And so it was just such a and feeling unworthy. Oh my goodness, they had that down to a T. None of us were worthy of heaven, period. That was it. That was all. And to make a person feel that worthless to me, is the most destructive thing you can do to them. You have destroyed their spirit. You breaking it down or whatever. And that's where, in doing it on my own, I got my spirit back. I got my confidence back. I got the healing inside that I needed. And to be able to even do this, I never would have thought I would be on a YouTube channel and talking to people like this. But it is, it's amazing, the growth and the from everybody. And I see all different aspects in the chat. I see the different opinions and everything, and I'm all for it. Everyone needs to have their own view, but I'm convinced that the only way to him is through Jesus.
Yep,
For
absolutely.
God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so that whosoever believeth in him shall have eternal life.
Amen.
Yep.
Oh, you got
That's
the movie?
another thing.
And what's funny
You
is
can
that
read
people,
something.
they hear that, they think that eternal life is what you have here on earth. No, it's not.
Hope not.
This
I
is
hope not.
this is a temporary spot. It's where we go next. So
Yep.
when you gather riches, it should not be gathering riches for this world here today. It should be for the gathering the riches. You're building a bank in heaven of goodness that you will get to experience throughout
Temporary home.
for the rest of eternity.
Yes. And we should be growing and learning as we're here, I
Yep.
think.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say too. Is you can read something and then 10 years later read it again and get an entirely new thing off it.
Yeah.
So, Hawk, that's the whole movie that you dropped in private chat? Or
Yes,
did
it is.
Oh, right on.
It is.
That's
Thank you,
fantastic.
Bruce.
So I didn't want to go to the show. I don't go to the movies. I don't want to
Me
see.
neither.
Which one did he do?
Yep.
The Jesus
So
Revolution?
did
Yep.
they release this? Like,
Ooh, thank you. I've been
what
wanting
is
to
the
see that.
channel? Series HD.
Yep.
It's got a lot of movies on here.
Oh, lots and lots. Lots and lots.
Channel, you guys. You should grab
Yep.
that link.
And it's
Is it
I
in
can
the?
grab it. I can't do nothing.
I can drop it. Let me drop that for you guys because I'm on my computer.
Well, I've already seen
Yeah.
it, but
Drop
if it's got
drop
other
it, and
movies
then
on there.
drop it, and then within 5 minutes, delete it.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
What's the site? What is the site?
channel for his kingdom.
Series HD dot. What was it?
Watch.
Yeah. Dot watch.
Slash movie. Or is that the title? Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't have to drop it in there, but if you guys want it, if I got your email.
No, I don't really need it actually because I know the site. I also go like Go Movies is a
Yeah,
pretty good
I
one.
got a couple of them that I go to watch TV shows and movies and stuff. So
Right on. Hey, Tennessee Ridge. Good to see you.
we don't have TV out
Yeah.
here. You know, the nearest TV station to us is like 80 or 90 miles away, and I'd have to have like a super big antenna in order to get any of them channels out here.
Hawk, I haven't even owned a TV since 2009.
You lost Echo, huh?
Oh, I was going to say, what happened? I thought there was
You lost
enough.
Echo.
She was so quiet, I forgot that she was up here. I'm sorry,
I knew
Echo.
she was there. Her
She's
phone might
always
have died.
quiet. She's
I know.
always quiet.
She'll
She
jump.
was talking a little bit.
Probably like to watch that damn movie.
Yeah. She got that link.
do
She
tonight.
gone. She
It's,
gone.
I
Yeah.
got something to watch tonight. Here we go.
The link is
It's Series HD dot watch.
yeah.
So it's Series HD all in one dot watch.
Yeah.
And then you'll see that they have
SER.
TV shows and they have movies both.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're uploading or downloading anything. So as long
Yeah,
as you're
you're
just
streaming.
streaming,
It's live streaming. So
Let me
and
spell
that's
it.
totally legal to stream anything. So,
that's all right. That's all right, Echo. We figured you ran off to watch that movie, so no worries.
Always talking smack. I was gonna spell it for everybody. SERIESHD dot WATCH.
Yeah.
because my husband's a terrible speller, and he actually might not get through that.
You think we got some lurkers, Anti-At Jack? How many people are watching? Anti-At Jack thinks we got some lurkers.
Well, you never know.
She
Lurkers,
bumped herself
we
out.
love
You're
our
coming
lurkers
back.
as much as our chat.
I
I
think
don't
when
know.
you started off, you already had like 50 people in here, Bonnie.
Kind of surprising because I saw a whole lot of lives. I don't look at that. I just come on and start asking questions.
I like just to point it out so you get all nervous.
I know. Give
Yeah,
her
she pointed
up.
out.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna play this song.
Okay.
Uh, Should I share the video or just the music?
It's
I
up
don't
to
know
you.
which
It's
video.
your channel. Do what you want to do.
You know what? It's better with the video because then you see what's going on. All right, let me mute.
Mm-hmm.
You know I play, right? If you're answering me, you're muted.
I do now. I didn't know you played. You actually got one of those?
Yeah, I make them. I got one right here.
Oh, can you do the theme to Kung Fu?
Give me a second here.
What? You make them?
Yes, I do.
Oh, we need to
My
talk.
goodness.
Doc, can I make a
What's up,
deal?
MC?
Oh, that's
Welcome
awesome.
I'd
back,
like you to
Echo.
make me one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, can I pinch that audio and use that one of my shorts?
I'm gonna eventually, one of the things that we're going to be doing at the ranch is building a studio, and it's going to be Mustard Seed Radio. You guys remember Imus in the morning?
Nice. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
How he used to, he
I
had
remember Amos.
WLS.
he had his big desk, but then he had people off to the side and stuff. And when they had conversations, it was face-to-face conversations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Not this crap that we see with,
Right, right.
Well, hold on. Before you go changing the subject, like I know what you're doing right now, I want you to play that so I can snatch a bit of the audio and I can do my little dance with my stick
Yeah,
with that in the background.
He wants to see your face. That's what he's saying. He doesn't want to do it to a bunch of avatars.
I need that in my background. I'm telling you. It's serious business.
Yeah, I play for the dogs all the time.
That is
Doc,
beautiful.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting chills. I love that.
soothes my soul.
That is amazing.
We
I
need more
love it.
music. We need more music.
I have to. I'll have to record it eventually, but
Yeah.
it's called My Heart Song. I started working on it in the late 1980s, and I add
I
a little
have
bit more.
tears, man.
I add a little bit more to it all the time. It's about 15 minutes long if I played the entire. If I
That is so awesome.
So,
See,
Hawk,
if I had to
do
play
me a
that
favor
song-
and do a short. Do a video short of just less than a minute of that.
Carl. If I hadn't have played that song, you see how it works? If I hadn't have played that song, we never would have known because Hawk has never told us he plays the flute or makes them.
He was sandbagging.
Well, I haven't heard it.
Or that you make them. What do you make them out of?
PVC.
Oh,
That is just
I
amazing.
take old pipes that this one that I have here, and I'll put it up to the camera so you guys can actually look at it. If you look at the end of this,
Wait,
these are all pipe fittings from somebody's. What it was there was a neighbor who had taken and he paid a guy to come in and put copper pipes in his house, and he went to Florida on vacation. When he came back 30 days later, he found that the guy had done it in PVC. So he cut out all the PVC, and he was carrying it across his property and getting ready to bury it in his backyard. And me and Mike said to him, "What are you doing with that?" And he says, "Well, I'm getting rid of it." And I said, "I thought you were going to put a garden there." And he said, yeah, I'm going to eventually. And I said, nothing's going to grow there if you bury that PVC in there.
Mhm.
Nothing's going to grow. You're going to destroy that ground.
Yeah.
I said, throw it over the fence. We'll find something to use it for. So we took
Mhm.
it in and we started working in the workshop, and we got the measurements and the circumference of the holes, all laid out and everything, and we started producing flutes.
That is incredible.
So instead of having PVC going to the junkyard, we were using it to make instruments that are
Right.
waterproof.
Right.
That
You
is
know,
awesome.
So I can go out in the pouring rain and play this, where I can't take a wooden flute out there and play it.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And it was, you would ruin a wooden flute, but a PVC flute you're not going to ruin. It's made for water. It's made for liquid.
Wow.
So yeah, it's but
You can do a lot of things with PVC. We had a dog one time that was paralyzed, and my husband built, because of a raccoon had got saliva. It's called coonhound paralysis. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but and so my husband built him a stand and with PVC, and so he could be upright, And we did his legs every day, 2 times a day. We played Toby Mac, Get Back Up. We had this whole playlist that we do, And because he was my husband's dad's dog, and his dad had been gone a while. He was extra special because he was a thorn in my damn side for a long time. But guess who ended up taking care of him more than anybody else?
You did.
I did.
Of course.
He was laughing his ass off up there in heaven, because I remember when he got that puppy, he goes, "Oh, Deanna don't want me to get a puppy."
And who ended up with that puppy?
Oh, yeah, when he got better after 4 months. He did. He got better. But yeah, PVC is amazing stuff, man. You can build anything with it. People do a lot of stuff with it.
You can.
As they say, Auntie Jack won the internet with his last comment.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah, there's a cobra coming out of his hamper basket.
Oh, the hamper basket.
That's right, that one.
Okay, y'all.
Amazing.
I'm going to close down the live because it's been 4 hours and I'm starving because I haven't had supper yet. But if y'all want to keep
been
talking,
4 hours?
I'm fine with that.
4 hours, 14 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Chat, I love y'all.
Hi, D-Cat. See you later, D-Cat.
Next time.
Right, y'all.
We'll see you guys again soon.
Oh, I missed a lot.
God bless you all. Love you. And good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah.
Toodles.